Hello, everybody. Just loading up Battletech. Sorry for the later start. I had some trouble logging into Steam. Or not Steam, Twitch. But we're back. We're ready to go. And it will be more of the Battletech Heavy Metal DLC just after the opening cinematics. All right, welcome back to Battletech, Heavy Metal, as well as the other DLC. So, always worth disclosing at the start, and we mentioned it a couple of times for the people who haven't come in from the very start. Very special thank you to Paradox and Harebrained Schemes and Triple Point and all the people for giving me a key for Heavy Metal. As a Kickstarter backer for Battletech, I really like Harebrained Schemes games. In fact, they made the very first iPad game I ever played called Crimson Steam Pirates, which apparently was a bet between the people at Bungie and some of the team at Harebrained Schemes. That was a fun little bit of trivia. I think that was actually revealed in the Paradox podcast, if I remember correctly. So, needless to say, I was quite excited for the game. Obviously, it seems like it was a rocky road to get the game out. I know the game was delayed, and then Harebrained Schemes was acquired by Paradox for, I think it was something like $7.5 million. And it's a tough call to say whether or not the circumstances were altogether good in terms of where that happened. Some of the conversations following Shadowrun Hong Kong seem to be talking about how difficult it is to get a game out based off of a Kickstarter, even if you have an established track record, which makes me think that perhaps the game did not do as well as people thought, which is a shame because the Shadowrun games are wonderful. They get better as they keep going on. I think the question in terms of whether or not Hong Kong or Dragonfall is the best is really a matter of what story particularly speaks to you as an individual. I do think that the Dragonfall story was probably one that appealed a little bit more to me individually, but the hacking in Hong Kong is so good, and that's not a knock to the story of Hong Kong. That's really just a statement on how strong both games really are. But one way or the other, they found a home in Paradox, and it sounds like they're quite happy there. So, and of course, we get the benefit of having a publisher support a really great company and a really great series like this. So, I saw an interview with apologies if I pronounce this incorrectly. I think it's Mitch Geidelman. So it seems that apparently the team has been going full steam on Battletech, which I think means like 19 months of just constantly working on this. So I noticed that they were a little hesitant to talk about any plans after the season pass. So at the moment, it's not at all clear as to whether or not it's going on. Of course, this is good because even though I had bought Flashpoint and Urban Warfare, I hadn't necessarily played them that much. So it gives me a chance to catch up too. But I have no idea what's coming next. It could be more Battletech content. It could be another Shadowrun game. It could be something else entirely. But one way or the other, I think Harebrained Schemes is a really interesting company to watch. And the one thing I didn't know was whether or not Battletech sold well. And it sounds like not just Battletech, but the Season Pass sold very well, which of course makes me happy to hear because it's very clear that a lot of effort went into it. And I don't know, I'd like to see more stuff like this happen. And that tends not to happen if games aren't successful. So anyways, let's jump in. I think I can hit the continue button. I don't think we were starting a mission. So, we were starting a mission, but I don't believe we were actually in the mission itself. So we should be in a good state. For those of you who've never played this game, incidentally, if you have this on your wish list or if you're thinking about picking it up, the game is on sale. I don't believe it's on sale on my Humble link, but I'm pretty sure on Steam and Paradox. And I would incidentally recommend if you go to paradoxplaza.com and pick it up, assuming that there isn't a major regional price difference. If you do pick it up there, basically the full value of your purchase goes towards the people who have brought you the game, either through publishing it or making it. Of course, Harebrained Schemes is a subsidiary of Paradox, so it's really one and the same now. The reason I mentioned that, it's totally up to you, whether if you find Steam more convenient, if you think the regional pricing is a little bit better. I can't begrudge people the convenience argument, but if you're indifferent between the two, obviously 30% of a purchase price is not a small amount, and that's going to be something that I think helps the developer in the grand scheme of things. So, as far as we're concerned, so we're currently outside of Bellerophon. We've gotten contacted by a mysterious benefactor. We're in debt. We had trouble with our last, not our last mission, but there's a mission that we ran where we were sort of double crossed and didn't get paid. We've got the bills coming due in 3 days, and we went outside of the Mercenary Review Board to kind of get the next contract. So we'll be doing that mission now. Medusa's out of action for 2 weeks. He's looking fine though. I keep my important people keep getting wounded. But in any case, travel to Bellerophon to meet your new client. Our mystery client is waiting for us on Bellerophon, Commander. Like I said, I can't personally vouch for her, but she's rich and her credentials seem to check out. Benefactor in orbit, Bellerophon. Mr. Oliveira, thank you for honoring my request to meet. I am Anna Maria Centrala. You've heard of my family, I'm sure. Lady Centrala, this is a surprise. I wouldn't expect a member of the Canopian royal family to even know who we are, let alone approach us in such a non-traditional manner. This isn't a traditional contract, and I don't need Comstar asking questions. Besides, there's no reason to involve the Mercenary Review Board. I already know that I want to hire you. Have I piqued your interest, Commander Tion? Certainly, Lady Centrala. I wouldn't be here if you hadn't. I'm pleased to hear it. The job that I have for you is a relatively simple one. I need you to recover something for me, and I need it done quietly. In exchange for your services, I will pay down the interest on your rather sizable loans and buy you the breathing room that you've been looking for. How do you know about... You know what? It doesn't matter. Just tell us what we're supposed to be recovering. This. Lady Centrala's image is replaced on the screen by a grainy photograph of an enormous grounded dropship. Ramshackle structures cling to it like barnacles. She's a derelict vessel, an Argo, only one of only two ever made. For over 200 years, she's been lying in state on Axilus, a pirate moon at the heart of the frontier. I want her, and you are going to bring her to me. Yeah? And how exactly are we supposed to do that? I mean, that's a big ship, and she looks half cannibalized for parts. Look, you can even see her ribs in the photo. I'm as enthusiastic about money as the next guy, but I'm a mech tech, not an aerospace engineer. I'll be damned if I can get that thing flying again. Relax, Mr. Virtanen. I have engineering staff on hand to attend to the Argo. Their leader, Dr. Farah Murad, has built quite a reputation for herself on the frontier. You'll find a jump ship waiting for you at Alloway. It will carry you to the pirate moon, where you will clear a path to the crash site. Dr. Murad and her team will go work on the derelict, and you will protect them until the work is done. This should be well within your capabilities, Commander Ton. Unless I've come to the wrong company, of course. Hello, John Jacques. And Johnny Big Time is subscribing. Let me wait for that to get by. This handsome devil has subscribed for 2 years in a row now, or rather he's forgotten to hit the cancel button for 2 years in a row. So here's to another 2 years, Mr. Johnny, or however long you can bear this platform. Thank you very much for that. And thank you everybody who's coming by to watch Battletech. I know it takes a while. Is this DLC? Well, it's cool. Yes, I do have the Heavy Metal DLC. Again, that's courtesy of Paradox. But I am doing the campaign, which means that some of the story missions are going to be... I'm going to be kind of locked into those. So because I'm early on into the campaign, I would definitely say that any of the DLC that I have activated, I do have the full season pass on here. It's going to be a little more sparse than if we were deeper into the campaign and running into things like the flashpoints and whatnot. So what you're seeing right now is more of the base game, but we do have the DLC enabled, so they'll be showing up as we continue on with the play. What was I going to say? Oh, yes, Johnny Big Time. Let me get a quick shout out for him. Unfortunately, it looks like Fallout New Vegas was a little too unkind to him to continue on with the playthrough, so he's going to be going on to greener pastures. But he is my favorite streamer on Twitch. He is also, of course, somebody who continues to resubscribe to my channel, which is what I really like him for. And an incredibly funny and sophisticated gentleman. I think you have Battletech, don't you, from the Humble Monthly? All right. You'll find right. Okay. What were our replies? You bring the money. Plus, like, so Regan, you came to the right company. Tangle with more clients. Came to the right company, Lady Centrella. During my tour on the Eurasian military, I tangled with more pirates than I can count. And I can see no reason why you shouldn't accept my offer. Do the job well enough, and there'll be more work waiting for you upon your return. Mr. Oliveira will never find you a better opportunity than the one I'm offering, Commander John. I can promise you that. She isn't wrong, Andre. We were looking for a lifeline, and I think this is as close as we're going to get. Okay, Lady Centrella, you've got yourself some mercenaries. Very good. I'll forward your contract to Mr. Oliveira. We've heard stories of your exploits on the battlefield, Commander John. Your reputation as a soldier is well known within the magistracy. Let's hope that you live up to it. The contract for Lady Centrala's derelict recovery job is ready for review in the command center. We should follow up when you think we're ready. All right, so let's take a look at what we've got contract-wise. So if I wanted, I could do logistical base capture for 188, or we can go to Alloway. I mean, it's nice to get the extra money, but obviously $1 million is none too bad. Travel to Alloway and dock with a jump ship you find waiting there. It will carry you to Axilus, the pirate moon where the Argo crash landed centuries ago. Further details on the job will be provided on your arrival. So the only argument that I would make for not doing the mission, of course, is that it has a slightly higher skull rating than what we've gone after before. But I have a feeling grinding out a bunch of like low pay jobs to buy a new battle mech is not really the way we want to handle it. So away we go.
Ready to go over financials whenever you are.
Okay, so we're still in the black. So 241.5. Question is whether or not we're able to get more. So if I want, I can boost the. I do kind of want to try and go for extravagant. It does mean that I'm going to need to make quite a bit of money per round, but of course the higher morale is also going to mean that we perform better in combat. So let's grit our teeth and see if we can get by with extravagant. But I am going to keep these costs in mind. I'm actually going to grab pencil really quick. Again, it's been a while since I've done the campaign, so I can't remember how good I am at generating money, and I tend to make a lot of stupid mistakes. So, 434, 700. I'm fairly certain we've already done the repairs on the ship that I need, but I should double check that as well. We'll be waiting a little while the... banging noises draw you to the shared mech warrior barracks, where you find Decker disassembling one of the Leopard's internal walls. There are already several panels neatly stacked beside him. He pauses, then explains, "There's a few cubic meters of dead space back there. I'm making room so he can stretch without hitting the bunks. As reasonable as this sounds, the banks aren't going to like you modifying their property." So we don't have technicians, so I think we'll just set aside the money to pay the fine. And what I'm going to start doing is keeping track of the incidental expenses as well. You look Decker in the eye. "You know how the chain of command works. You have to clear changes like that before you can start." He shrugs. "Well, can I?" You look over Decker's work. It's cleanly done, with no hazards. Take a break until I make a decision. During your chat with Darius, you compare the cost of the fines to the benefit of the mech warriors and decide that it's worth it. You lose 20,000 C-bills, and morale is increased by 1. I was just trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to do with... Right, mech bay. Let's just make sure. I think we'll do sort of story. We'll do story. We'll do story details. I didn't know you could rotate these. This doesn't look as bad as I thought it did. I actually kind of like this look. What do you think, Johnny? Is this a worthy look for my battle mechs? Anyways, I'll do the story stuff with these guys. In between missions, but what I did want to make sure was that we've got everybody repaired. We do. All right. They'd have this neat kind of yellow and red look for the mechs in the original setup, but I wanted to try and make it my own. Yeah, I'm pretty sure your entire company is going to be red and black when the time comes. This does have a skirmish mode, by the way, Johnny, so if you ever want to do 1v1 on this. Right at Alloway, Commander. Ready to proceed with our current contract? Proceed. Commander, I'm setting a course for Lady Centrala's jump ship. It's strange, though. This moon it's taking us to. Axilus doesn't appear on any of my maps, which leads me to wonder, where exactly are we going, and how do they intend to get us there? Several hours later, uncharted space. That was one hell of a rough ride. My stomach is still doing somersaults. It's because those crazy bastards used a pirate point to get us here. If we'd suffered a misjump, a sour stomach would be the least of your concerns. The Leopard would have gotten irreparably mangled. Hell, we could have gotten irreparably mangled. The cautionary holovids they showed us at the Academy were the stuff of nightmares. So a pirate point is a non-standard jump point that exists inside a system's proximity limit. Pirate jump points, or pirate points for short, are hellishly difficult to navigate because they tend to be much smaller than standard jump points and are also subject to the effects of planetary gravitation. As a result, the odds of suffering a misjump when attempting to use a pirate point are high. Our mercenaries. Our job carries an assumption of risk. You're the commander. Stow the complaints and pay attention. We have a job to discuss. A grainy map of the barren moon fills your view screen. A section of the image has been highlighted in white. The Argo's crash site is here, smack dab in the middle of a pirate stronghold. The ship, the stronghold, and everything around it belong to a self-styled bandit queen called Grim Sybil. Her gang is the closest thing that Axelis has to the ruling council. Grim Sybil? Is that supposed to be scary? It sounds like the kind of name you choose out of a hat. What do her defenses look like? They're patchy at best, but I don't think Axelis has got a lot of visitors. I have strong anti-air cover, but little in the way of ground-based defenses. I'm seeing a lot of vehicles, but battle mech activity looks light. Define light battle mech activity. What are we talking about exactly? Can't put an exact number on it. All I have are surface scans to go on. From what data I do have, I'd expect the pirates to be able to take to field a full lance of light battle mechs, all of them in poor repair. There are mixed reports of something bigger. That'll be Grim Sybil's mech. I don't have any information of tonnage or armament, but given the shape that everything else is on Axelis, I imagine it's being held together with chewing gum and balling wire. I'm sorry guys, I just need a quick sip of water because I'm stumbling over myself. Alright. What else do you have on Grim Sybil? Before today, I'd never heard of her. Yeah, I hadn't either. Centrala's intel says that Grim Sybil mostly stays put on Axelis, but she's got at least a dozen pirate gangs operating under her banner, so she must have something going for her. Sybil's bio is pretty sparse. There isn't a lot of meat there. Just a note that she came up under Lady Paula Trevelyan, the pirate queen of the Tortuga Dominions. I guess that's impressive, having a personal connection to Lady Death and all. Paula Trevelyan was born in the pirate kingdom of the Tortuga Dominions and rose through the ranks to become the supreme leader of its legions in 3015. Her reputation for bravado and cruelty inspires a devotion in her followers as much as it does fear in her enemies. Lady Death? Really? I swear, man, these pirate names are killing me. Are mech warrior call signs really any better, Yang? Let me think about that one, boss. Beefeater. No, I guess they're not. Very clever, wise ass. Now knock it off. Darius, is there anything else worth mentioning on that file, or can we get back to talking about the mission? Looks like that Trevelyan and Sybil had a falling out. That's not terribly surprising given the Pirate Queen's track record. Sybil managed to survive somehow, good on her, and she's been living on Axelis ever since. The rest of the report is just a rap sheet. Apparently our bandit queen has racked up an astonishing number of kills over the year, mostly against merchants and freighter crews, but kills all the same. She likes to get her hands dirty, and she knows her way around a battle mech, and that's all that I've got. So the pirates have vehicles and turrets, maybe a few battle mechs. Got it? Keep going. The entire structure is surrounded by radar-guided anti-aircraft guns. Your first task will be to take down the radar towers so that Sumar can approach the derelict. After you've secured the crash site, she'll dock with the Argo and drop off the engineering team. And then they'll miraculously get a 200-year-old wreck flying again. Lady Centrella has bet a massive stack of sea bills that they will. For what it's worth, I believe that her chief engineer can pull this off. I've never heard of Dr. Farah Murad before Lady Centrella mentioned her, but I did some digging before our meeting. She was telling the truth. The doc has quite a reputation. It's supposed to be some kind of frontier engineering wunderkid, a genius behind bringing dead ships back to life. We'll see. I wouldn't expect to find a really top-notch engineer this far outside the Commonwealth. Hopefully Dr. Murad will defy this particular stereotype. We'll find out one way or another soon enough. Good hunting, Andre. I'll be keeping an eye on you from up here. 'Cause you're wounded. Oh, no you're not. Never mind. Alright, I guess I could be leveling everyone up, but in this case I think we'll take what we've got. You've all waited long enough for some combat, so... Although I will save at the start, just because I'm bad. Alright, destroy the radar towers, bring down Grim Sibyl's anti-aircraft guns, proceed to the Argo's crash site, defend against Grim Sibyl's pirates while Dr. Murad's team restores power to the derelict. Self-appointed bandit Kreen has taken possession of the Argo, a derelict dropship and relic of the Star League era. We believe that it belongs in more suitable hands, namely ours. You will drop on Axilis, shut down the pirates' anti-aircraft capabilities, and hold out while our engineers bring the Argo back to life. This seems straightforward enough. But be careful, Andre. We don't know for sure what you're going to find on the moon, and we've already had enough surprises. So I think because this is the first... obviously, I'm just starting up now. I have a feeling that the load time the first time over is a little bit longer, but we're in.
Interface initiated.
Welcome to Axilis, Commander. It's every bit as charming as you'd imagine it. Sorry, as you'd expect a pirate-occupied moon to be. You'll find Grim Sibyl's radar stations just ahead. Defenses appear to be limited to turrets and ground vehicles for the time being, at least. We know that Grim Sibyl has at least one lance of battle mechs, so be ready for anything. Be careful of the pirates' turrets as you make your way to the base. They pack a nasty punch, and they can also sensor lock your mechs. Aim for the turret generator. That'll be the fastest way to neutralize the threat. After the pirates' radar stations are down, you'll be clear to proceed to the Argo. Good hunting, Commander. Knock out their radar cover, crush any pirate resistance, and secure us that derelict. Alright, so obviously here we're starting with a... Oh, hang on, we should be starting with a little more resolve, but fair enough. And lunar biome, so units in vacuum sink only 65% of their normal heat. This means I want to be a little bit more careful about letting her rip. Also, I just want to get an idea about the turret generators. So if it's really here and nowhere else, I know what I want to do.
Standing by.
So obviously we'll move Decker first, just
Location confirmed.
to make sure that we're
Picked up a
not in
blip.
trouble. Okay. So I think probably 2 teams of 2. One here, one here. Both should get line of sight on the turret generator. The real trick, of course, is just making sure that we can sort of lock it down. In this case, I do kind of want the people with LRMs to be on the far side here, but I want the behemoth to be a bit closer to the turret. So we'll move up. Sorry, not behemoth. It's a Shadowhawk. But
Acknowledged.
so everyone else gets a trip here. This might be exposing Glitch, the Vindicator. Not quite sure what their cover's like. All right.
Ready for orders.
Now the really tricky one for me is what I do with Decker. There's definitely a side of me that says, okay, well, we just do a nice big jump. In this case, though, because we know about the turret generator, I think I'm actually going to run him around the edge. See if we can get him into a better spot. Geek Patriot, good to see you again. Okay. I probably could have sprinted. And nothing to do with... Okay, well, in this case I just kind of wasted a bit of time, but we'll work with that. Let's get Beefeater moving up. And again, this is going to be all about movement, so I might wind up exposed.
Full throttle.
But this will give me a nice little preview of what it's going to look like with... Nope, we're okay.
Waiting on you, Commander.
Same story with Glitch, although in this case I'm going to keep her further away. This is a little bit of a waste at the start,
Commander.
but I prefer it just because I need to get everybody in position, and then we'll be able to
Roger.
bring the thunder. Alright, so I'm going to guess... Again, I'd love to take my LRMs and drop them on here, but I'm going to guess we need We need eyes on them.
Waiting for orders.
So jump is a little optimistic here. So best I can hope for is a good sprint. There's going to be 2 steps to this. So one, I'm going to go around the edge here.
Understood. Moving
And then
fast.
in the next turn, I'm going to jump kind of onto this planet, or platform. Alright, so a few more people on the board. So not a whole, we don't get a whole lot from jumping yet. The question is, do I want to sprint and potentially expose myself to something nasty? Yeah, you know what, we'll still sprint.
Full throttle.
If nothing else, it gives me the option of jumping next turn.
Ready for orders.
Yeah, I'm kind of boxed in by my ally.
Got it. Max speed, no shooting. What's up, boss?
So one temptation is to actually just go straight after this this turret right now. The only thing is that I know there is a cost to there's a cost to that in 2 senses. So one, this vehicle's now going. Actually, you know what? I have my answer to that. So we'll hold her into reserve until.
Waiting for orders.
Okay. So I want the option of being able to take out the turret generator if it comes down to it, but this is really going to be about taking out this turret.
No one else singing this. Wake up, you idiots. We've got company.
But they're driving giant battle mechs. We can't fight against them.
Any more objections? Good. Get out there and fight.
Yep, this is the kind of claiming the Argo. So that was probably a little
That turret is gone.
that was probably a little overkill on it, but I want to make sure that
Warriors, show 'em what you've got.
I want to make sure that the one person who's exposed isn't isn't in trouble. All right. So obviously the intention here is to keep Decker able to go after the turret generator, but not get hit by the others.
Locked on.
Of course, this doesn't stop them from moving, so we'll see how that goes.
Good to go.
Okay. Actually, I think as a first step, let's hold back.
Waiting for orders.
Let's get Glitch in on the action. They're not really able to do a whole lot, though. So if I go for a jump, do we have a few more straight? We do. Okay. So the thing I like about Glitch is that she's able to do some multi-targeting. So let's say that we don't need to worry about the turrets by the end of this. That will mean we'll give special attention to that galleon, and the other target will be the building.
Line 'em up and I'll shoot 'em down, Commander.
Alright, that was a bit pitiful, but... So, next up, Behemoth. Sorry, not Behemoth, Beefeater. That's me. So the question now is, do I go for preserving preserving heat, or do I go for certainty of taking this thing out? So it's got 34 left. Well, I only have two shots left, so clearly I gotta go with both. All right, that was enough.
Orders.
That's reasonably good news, just because now we can start smushing these tanks one by one, and it does mean that my
Got it.
sort of my Shadowhawk, which is designed to be point, they're going to be the only obvious target. I don't really think I need the LRMs on the vehicle. Then again, I probably don't need to go
Engaging target.
full strength. Okay, well, I can shut up. That thing's still alive.
Damage is light.
I'm a little surprised that Bulldog didn't do anything.
Commander?
Okay, now the dilemma about where I've got Decker is they're really good at shooting down the radar station, but I actually need them to help with the combat. So I could death from above, but I believe that will wreck my stability as well as hurt me. So my second best is going to be putting them in a point where they will be shooting the exposed vehicle while hopefully not being too attractive of a target to the others. No, we are still doing Age of Wonders. The only thing is this came out yesterday, and Paradox gave me keys to both Age of Wonders and
Vehicle down.
and Battletech, so I kind of wanted to make sure that I covered both games. And in this case here, it seemed to make as much sense to sort of finish off the, well, maybe not finish off, but like it made a little more sense to do Battletech back to back rather than alternate between the two. But we'll definitely be going back both to Age of Wonders Revelations as well as the main campaign, which I haven't completed yet. All right, we'll maintain heat.
Roger.
All right, that was again overkill, but that's kind of the name of the game for me.
Reporting vehicle destroyed.
Okay, now if I can, I would prefer not to waste too much ammo on these things, but I also have fairly limited movement, so. Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is, even when it comes down to, like, out of all of the games that I'm doing, even simple stuff like getting back to 6 Ages is an example of the sort of thing that I like to do for the stream as well. Oh yeah, no, it's no problem.
I hear ya.
All right, so I think if memory serves, PPCs work a little bit better at long range. The only thing is I also need to make sure that I need to make sure I can actually move them off the hill. I'll regret this later, but alright, so obviously can't go with everything, and that PPC is going to generate all the heat, so.
Missile delivery.
What's up, boss? Coordinates received.
So the hope is that we'll be able to cool down some of the mechs while we're moving between the different parts of the mission, but we do still need to actually finish the job, so.
Firing.
Let's do Beefeater just because I don't think there'll be too much he can fire. Yeah, and I really like the little effects on the side, especially for the heat. Yeah, so it's a pair of ACs. I think this means that I overall lose heat. It's kind of neat. I've always kind of been partial to laser vomit, but especially on maps like this, it's really obvious how effective
Aye, aye.
sort of non-energy weapons can be with regards to heat generation and whatnot. Alright, so we need 38 damage on this thing. So if I make it... You know what, if we just hit it with the AC... We've only got 12 shots on this thing, but...
Target.
That's done it, Commander. The AA guns are down, for now. Get to the crash site and secure the area. Alright. So again, we should be seeing...
Copy that.
we should be seeing some substantially cooler mechs
Move
in the
order
next few
received.
turns.
I read you, Commander. Moving out. Location confirmed. Don't need to tell me twice.
On it.
Alright. So we know that there's going to be some other encounter. Let's try and get everybody to interesting spots.
On my way.
Alright. I do kind of want the Shadowhawk again to be front and center of all the action. Only problem is I think my team's going to be a little too split up when it comes time for the fight. Oh yeah, Decker's like way too far ahead.
Aye, aye.
Affirmative.
Sometimes I wonder if this sort of journey is this long just so that you know that your mechs are going to be starting at
Brace.
like a kind of a full heat bar. Let's call it what it is. It's mana. It's mana in a science fiction game. Crash site is secure. Surmire. Sorry. Yeah, Sumire. You've got a clear approach to... sorry. You've got a clear approach path to the derelict. 2 steps ahead of you, XO. Watch yourself, Commander. I'm coming in hot. Package is delivered, XO. I'm taking the Leopard to a safe distance before the pirates can get their guns running again. Roger that, Mayor. Dr. Murad, your team is clear to enter the derelict. I hear you, Mr. Oliveira. We're making our way inside now.
All right, people, you know what to do. Marines, clear the ship of pirates.
With pleasure, Dr. Murad.
So that is a shame. We don't have any of our evasion. Fortunately, I think only the commando is in a position
Yes,
to
Commander.
work that. Okay, so I want to be careful about where I put Decker because he is fragile. But again, with a light mech, you always want to move it as far as possible. So we can get a total of 5. Not quite a... See, the super tempting thing is to just go straight ahead and get, like, shots in the back on this thing. Okay. I'm not committing to it. I'm just really curious. Hey, the Eyes of Sin! I hate that I'm doing this, but...
Receiving you.
I want to see if this works. So I don't normally like save scumming, but... So the theory here is that the spider is moving so fast that it doesn't matter that they're going to be trying to pound down on this guy. Except maybe for melee attacks.
Let's see how you like this.
Wasn't
I
enough!
think I hit something good.
Alright, I'm not entirely sure that was worth it, but let's see what the Jenner does. Everyone will shame me now. So of course, my backup's not really in position, so I think the Jenner's gonna get away with murder for the next little bit. Let's start with the Shadowhawk. There's a really strong temptation to bring them into the fight over here, but the fact of the matter is they're going to be able to do a little bit more damage on this side of the board. So
Taking the shot.
not a ton of luck, but it did move fast, so one of the less obvious reasons why I did this is that if my team is going to be able to target anything, it's likely going to be this Locust. Yikes. So we're going to have to prepare that.
Reporting internal damage.
Ah, interesting. So it looks like Beefeater's actually going to be able to do damage to either one. We've already done damage to the back of the Commando, so I'm going to hold the line. And I'm going to see if we can take advantage of the fact that we've knocked down a little bit of the evasion on the Locust. I'm kind of mad at myself that I'm going to be alpha striking this, but
All weapons committed. Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
all right. So they're not. It's not a party entirely on the Spider. That's good. The Commando's still going to be able to get a reply in, but but it does look like I'm going to be able to
You
get.
betcha.
I'm going to be able to split my attention. So. So one on the Locust here. It's a really tough call because I don't think the LRM's really going to be able to finish the job on the Commando. You know what? I think we're going to focus on the Jenner.
Got it.
Alright, so we still missed, but basically the idea here is all those previous shots against the Locust were designed to put down their evasion so that when Glitch came into the fight, we were able to... interesting. So they didn't go after my, my vulnerable Spider.
Good to go.
So I can try and stomp the Galleon, or I can try and go... Alright, here's what I'm going to do. This may wind up hurting me. But I'm going to try and do another rear shot on the Commando. And what this does is it limits my exposure to the Galleon.
Locking in all weapon systems.
There we go. So again, I may pay for this in damage to the Spider, but we'll see where it all goes. If it's only the Spider that winds up with internal damage, I'm in good shape by the end of
Minimal
this.
damage on that hit.
Okay, so the biggest temptation right now is to take this Shadowhawk and just punch the living daylights out of this Locust. But the thing is that this is already moved. What I want to focus on now instead is taking out this Galleon before it can reply to Decker. That means that I save myself the damage. It's possible that Scorpion back here tries to do something to him, but he also has the 3 moves of evasion.
Receiving.
So in this case, we're going to take... Oh, Beefeater may not be able to help.
Good to go. Orders.
Alright, so Beefeater's got quite a bit of heat generated already. But I think I can justify this jump.
Engaging jump jets.
So I may not be able to throw the kitchen sink at it, but... yeah, Alright, so we're riding right at the edge of what we can do, but it is a couple of ACs going after a fairly weakly armored...
Engaging target.
Yeah, we're good. So, Beefeater's gonna have to sit back for a little bit
Enemy
and cool down, but the main threat to my my scout unit is removed, and I might be able to get some shots on the back of the Jenner. Now, I am slightly curious
Yes, Commander.
where we're at in terms of armor on Behemoth. It's starting to get a little weak, but everybody's moved already. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to punch the Locust.
On my way. Targeting for physical attack. One less target.
Sometimes I wish I had a cam so you can see how big my smile is right now. Punching the mechs is easily one of the most satisfying things to do in this game.
On you, Commander.
Alright.
Coordinates received.
It's tempting to just try and drill out the back of the Jenner, and I mean it's riding high on the heat, so I can probably get away with it. But in this case, I think I'm going to take advantage of my my divided attention. We'll drop long-range missiles on the Scorpion, and then we'll throw things at the Jenner.
No problem. I've got enough guns for
Oh,
everyone.
nice! I wasn't thinking we'd hit that, but
Dr. Moran, the pirates have Alpha Squad pinned down in the Argo's main hallway. Bravo Squad is holding the door to engineering, but you better hurry up.
Sergeant? Talk to me.
so again, I want to be a little careful about where I'm taking taking the Spider, but if I can pop him in the back.
Acknowledge.
Well, it did damage, it just wasn't enough to have a meaningful impact. Oh, you know what? They're probably going to try and take deck. Nope. Alright, more repairs.
Yes, Commander.
Again, the temptation is just to stomp this thing to death, but that isn't what I should be doing because there's a Jenner that can still move. But Beefeater's got an open target. Oh yeah, but he's also got a ridiculous amount of heat, so he's not going to be able to do a ton. So
Targeting rear armor.
I mean, could be worse, I suppose.
Orders. Got it.
We'll at least be able to target, and I know their center torso is already already weak. That's a lot of heat, though. 34. I think we'll just hit him with the PPC.
Time to die. Did you see that? Did you see it?
Everyone is very impressed. Okay, so I want to be careful about the left arm here, because that's some weapons that I lose if we lose that too.
Roger.
But the second most satisfying thing to do in the game.
Reporting.
Condolences in
What's
advance.
happening in there? Come in, Doctor.
A little busy. The pirates are dead. But so are half of my engineers. It's an unholy mess in here. Bodies everywhere.
Can you get the ship flying again? I need an update.
Look, do you want me to talk or do you want me to fix the damn ship? You do your job, I'll do mine.
All right. At this point, we've already committed to save scumming at least once. So,
I hear ya. On my way. Position confirmed.
Roger that.
Thinking at this point, we just need to batten down the hatches until the bad guys show up.
Hunkering down.
You think you're gonna steal my ship, you miserable little scrub? Nobody steals from Grib Sybil! I'm gonna carve you like a roasted pig! That's a big mech. Yeah, but it's in terrible condition. Concentrate your fire and you should be able to take it. So I've never done this so close before. This is going to be character building, I think. Again, I want to keep... Actually, I'm curious if I can get details on my medium lasers. Standard range. So again, I do still want to get my my evasion points. I mean, maybe a jump is in order here? Oh! Oh god, I hate that I'm doing this.
Roger.
Warwick, hey System Shock and chat, love this game, but it just gets so hard later on. Well, I actually have only played a little bit of, I've only played a little bit of the campaign, but I've now got all of the DLC enabled. So, I have not yet experienced the pain.
Target's taking a critical hit.
So I'm sure Decker is wondering about his life choices right now, but... Alright, that stings.
I'm taking internal damage.
Not quite enough to... Oh, but you know what? Jump jet will be.
Firing jump jet.
I think, yeah, we'll let him have it with everything.
Firing full complement.
Okay, now we're really regretting our life choices. Well, this guy, again, we've got lots of backs exposed at this point, so... And all the precision strikes in the world, so at this point we'll let him have it.
Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
Grim Sybil still hasn't taken her turn.
Good to go.
Yeah, PPC. Yeah, PPC is probably not going to do too well in this environment. But I'm still willing to take... Oh no, actually here's the better... So it's not the smartest call because obviously my focus has been on Grim Sybil's back, but I have kind of presented them with a bit of a dilemma in terms of where they draw their attention. So either they're going to be taking fire from these two, or they're going to be taking fire from these two. So at the very least, I will... I'll throw the PPC at the front of Grim Sybil. And what's the heat looking at here? I mean, it's not that high of a... Yeah, why not?
You get a headshot, and you get a headshot.
I mean, I suppose the other thing I could have tried to do would be to go for the legs on
Another hit like that
the
and
quick draw,
you're
but...
toast.
So let's see what she decides to do. Oh, poor Decker. Oh no! Poor Shadowhawk. So, what I'm going to try and do here...
Yes, Commander.
Decker's still in a spot to cause some grief to Grim Sybil. We also know that Grim Sybil is going to be the last one to move, so the aim here, where I'd normally want to try and get some... one thing I want to try and do is get some resolve points. Oh no, there's no way of doing that. Yeah, no, we'll just fire into the back and hope for the best.
Good to go. Location confirmed.
Actually, that was really dumb for me to do. I should have waited for the resolve on that, but I'm committed now. We will fire everything.
Giving him everything I've got.
Jesus Christ.
Reporting critical hit.
Won't be much for scrap.
What can I do for you?
This is a tough call, actually. Do I want to... I guess this is a slightly better division. If I work this so that I, I'm still going to focus on Grim. See, the problem is the Shadowhawk's going to be the one to move next, but... I wish there was a way of looking at the health. Yeah, it really needs the extra attention. Okay. Alright, so, unfortunately, I don't get to have any fun. Actually, you know what? In this case, a melee attack probably makes a heck of a lot more sense. I'm too hot.
Engaging physical attack.
Why are you still alive?
Reporting minimal damage.
Alright, I cannot complain about the AI making that decision. Going after a fresh mech is about as good as I could have hoped for.
On it.
Decker again continues to believe his life is not worth anything.
On it.
Probably should have let the Shadowhawk get that that precision strike.
Commander.
All right.
Waiting for orders.
I've done so much damage to all the backs. It's
Standing by.
like I don't actually want to engage these people at the front anymore. So I'm gonna have to move everyone around to accomplish that. This is definitely probably one of the clownier runs on this fight that I've had, but it's kind of fun too. I guess we'll turn off one medium laser. You can't have that much internal structure. I was wrong.
Ready for orders.
Alright, what are we looking at here? Alright, so she's still in range. So this is very long. So if I just stand and deliver... Oh, hell yeah.
Target lock on.
That's still not enough to seal the deal, though.
Target's taking a critical hit. Good to go. Don't need to tell me twice.
So I'm in a bit of trouble as far as the heat's concerned. I don't think I'm going to be able to do what I really want. Well, we can fire the two, so...
Roger that. Firing on target.
No! This moon is mine! You can't...
Alright, so Decker gets a shot. More importantly, Decker gets to get some evasion up.
Confirmed.
Although we may have shot out the weapons on that thing, I'm not 100% sure. But where we were trying to get a little you know, some nice clean kills on the backs. We kind of failed to do that. You know what? That is totally on me for allowing that to happen.
Warning. Stability lost. Warning. Detecting mech warrior injury.
So that's a pretty costly blunder, given the fact that
On my way.
my main character is now going to be out for like 20 days.
What can I do for you? Coordinates received.
It's not going to be any scrap left.
Want some more, huh?
Engaging physical attack.
That did nothing.
Orders? On my way.
You have soup? What kind of soup do you have? And I'm going to assume that you made it. Get your lance to the Argo, Commander. I'm just about done. Ooh, that sounds really tasty.
Acknowledged.
You missed some of my more questionable tactics, Sin, so I'm rather happy you
Damaged. Speed reduced.
rather happy you didn't have to witness that.
Aye, aye.
Bracing for impact.
You betcha.
It's done! I can't believe it! It really worked! The engines are aligned, and I have thrust control. Go now! Celebrate later! Roger that! Hang on, Commander. For the first time in 2 centuries, this beast is gonna fly.
Mission successful.
Although, Isersin did show up to see the other half of the cutscene that made her feel sad, so this will hopefully lighten your mood with your tasty soup. All right, capture the Argo. Your performance was exemplary, Commander. I'll be certain to ensure the upper echelons of the Magistracy High Command hear about your skills. Again, reputation and everything goes up. We've got 1152 in the bank, and everything needs repairs, including my my heroes. And he only killed 1 vehicle. Shameful. Okay, so next question: what salvage items do we want? Well, that was a big mech, and I do already have Jenner parts. Kind of feel like a large laser would be nice to have. Hey, we got more scrap. Anyway. You made it the easy way. You use pre-made broth, pre-made noodles, and pre-chopped carrots. There's corn and celery in it as well, a few associated herbs, a little pepper, a dash of hot sauce, and paprika, chicken breast, and wide egg noodles. They have a nice chew to them, the noodles. That sounds really good. So we got the large laser anyway? Or did I put the large laser in? Anyways, yeah, so we got everything that we wanted, which makes me feel good. I guess maybe the AC-5 ammo would have been nice, but... She's alive! So for those of you who don't know, this is a character that we saw get shot out of the sky in the opening mission. You've done excellent work, Commander Tian, and you've earned yourself an opportunity to do more. Meet your real client. I don't believe she needs an introduction. I'm happy to see you again, Beefeater. Or should I say Commander. You've done well for yourself. The old man would be pleased. It must come as a shock to you seeing us here at Alloway, seeing us at all. I apologize for that, but I had to be sure that you were the mech warrior I remembered before I reached out to you. And now, with the Argo on its way to Lyriton for repairs, I know you are everything I remember and more. I can't believe you're standing here. The entire Reach is convinced that you're dead. She was dead. Lord Madeira, too. I'm sorry, Lady Orano, but the news feeds ran footage of your dropship getting blown out of the sky on a loop for months. That wasn't her dropship. The broadcasts of her death were Directorate propaganda, well-crafted lies to keep the masses in line. And with that, Kamea, I leave you to your reunion. Best of luck with the negotiations, and keep me apprised of whatever decision you come to. Lady Centrala's face winks off the view screen. A dull blue glow of her hollow projection slowly dies away. Lady Centrala was right about the propaganda, Beefeater. My uncle's directorate is run on lies, though in this case, they very nearly became true. The directorate's assassins pursued us into the frontier. In the months following the coup, we had more than our share of close calls. Eventually, they gave up looking for us, and we've been living in exile ever since. Where have the two of you been hiding for the past 3 years? As far from the Directorate space as we could get without leaving the frontier, a miserable little ball of rock called Zathras. It was a nasty, brutish planet full of internecine strife and bloody turmoil, where the power struggles and mad nobles, plagues and zealots, and holy wars. So you're saying it was a typical frontier world? More or less. Living on Coromadir, I heard stories about the problems that many frontier systems face, but I was detached. I never saw how a rough life was outside of the Oregon Coalition. My uncle's coup changed everything, Beefeater, including me. You had Centrala send us after the Argo. I'd like to know why. In part, as a test of your abilities, to make sure that your performance on Coromadir wasn't a fluke. Our experience in the coup has taught us to be careful, Commander Tian. We couldn't just reach out to you on faith. But the Argo itself is important as well. She isn't just a ship, Beefeater. She's a symbol of reclamation and rebirth, a return to the better days. You'll see for yourself soon enough. She was a majestic vessel once, a true product of the Star League. Under Dr. Murad's care, she will be again. Okay, you made it off Coromadir, and you found me. Let's talk about why. I imagine you've already guessed. I intend to seek justice for my uncle's crimes. I intend to take my throne back, but I can't do it without you. We have resources, an army drawn from all across the frontier. Perhaps most importantly, we have the patronage of Lady Centrala and the tacit support of her government. That means money. A great deal of money. I hadn't realized that the Oregon Coalition was on such good terms with the Magistracy. It wasn't, not really, but they want to see the Directorate dealt with, and it isn't in their interest to do it themselves. They'd prefer to keep their own hands clean. In light of this, Kamea's claim to the throne is an asset worth paying for. The Rimworld periphery is a powder keg, Beefeater. Tensions between the Taurian Concordant and the Federated Suns are high, and my uncle's military posturing could be viewed as a provocation by either side. If open conflict between superpowers were to erupt, it'd be difficult for anyone to remain neutral. The Magistracy wants to avoid getting dragged into a major war. And your House Central is best hope for a clean solution. They fill your war chest, you remove the Directorate from the board, and the Magistracy lets tensions between the Federated Suns and the Taurians simmer down on their own. Am I reading the situation correctly, Lady Orano? Correctly enough, Mr. Oliveira, but understand that this isn't just about diffusing a dangerous situation. For me, taking on the Directorate is personal. My uncle betrayed me. The Founding Council has been reduced to a handful of powerless figureheads. Our very identity has been cut away and discarded. House Espinoza is long overdue for a reckoning, and with your help, I will bring them one. Join with me, Beefeater, and we will not fail. You've already sold me on this, Kamea. I pledge myself and my company to your cause. I was hoping you'd say that. Of course, you cannot wage war on my behalf while your travel restrictions remain in place, and so I shall break them. Now that you have pledged yourselves to me, I will buy your company's debts. All of them. You'll be free to travel and seek clients as you please, so long as you come to me when I call for you. And on the day that I reclaim my throne, your obligation to me will be forgiven, your debt wiped clean. Of course, you will also be paid for every battle you fight at our behest, at a rate that we feel is quite generous, given the clientele that you're accustomed to. Thanks to House Centrala, we have money to burn. I'll just defy your faith in me, Lady Arano. Together we'll make Mastiff Montgomery proud. I'm pleased you feel that way. In truth, I feel Suraju is smiling down on us even now. I'll take my leave of you both. I have an army to rally and preparations to make, but it won't be long before I contact you again, and when I do, I'll need you ready. Prepare yourself and your company, Beefeater. Our war is about to begin. Lady Arano has just bought up all our debt, Commander. That means no more banks restricting our jump ship access. We can travel to more systems now, but we should still steer clear of the major states. We don't want it to look like we're going to cut and run. Good news, Commander. Once Doc Murad and her crew got that wrecked ship safely away, they found most of a Centurion in its cargo hold. It's not equipped for combat yet, but with a little love and attention, I think we could return it to service. Swing by the mech bay to check it and order a refit.
That mech you wanted is back online.
Sturdy and reliable mech, the Centurion is good at both taking and giving a beating. CN-9A models are able to engage at any range, but their damage curve increases as they approach the target. All right, so you got a few things that we want to get done. Let's take, my God, somebody just host me? Let's just take a quick minute here. So I do want to get a few character things out of the way, but I'm really bad at making sure that everybody gets kind of patched up. So, oh, don't refit it, or I guess I have to. We should have surplus jump jets. So this is one of the neat things that I haven't really shown a lot of in the game here, which is that you can refit your mechs, and that also means that if parts get blown away, you need to replace them. So these jump jets we've basically been taking off battlefields, but
Logged and noted.
all right, so it's just a straight repair on the Shadowhawk, and I think that's the same for the Spider, basically because we didn't actually lose any of them. Now we can also do a refit. This one is a bit harder, so I don't know if I'm going to spend a lot of time working on this right now, or if we'll just think about what our next contract can be. But this is really where the fun of both the Battletech, we're kind of like the Battletech board game, and also the an element from the Battletech board game becomes quite fun in terms of the computer game. So you've basically got certain hard points. So you've kind of already seen what these mechs look like, right? So obviously you're not going to see like a laser beam in this hand. You're going to see it on this side. So you have certain hard points which will basically allow you to equip certain weapons. So in this particular case here, oops, how do I, okay, there's the equipment. So also, you don't need to know what any of this stuff is first off. So these would be autocannons. Right now, we only have an AC2, which is not exactly that strong. I mean, it's 25 damage. It's not terrible, but there's stronger ACs out there. We can also, what is this again? No, small laser wouldn't be terrible, but machine guns are a little deceptive here. So it's best explained here. So machine guns deal very little damage, have severely limited range, and depend upon volatile ammunition stores. However, they have greatly increased chance to cause criticals when they impact a target that has been stripped of its armor. So especially for a mech like this, that is all about kind of closing the distance. this can actually be a pretty strong. This can be a pretty strong choice in certain circumstances. I don't know if they reworked the small laser. It used to be that this thing didn't actually fire, and it was more of a melee weapon. But small lasers deal superb damage for their weight and heat generation, but have extremely limited range. Like all lasers, small lasers enjoy baseline accuracy bonus over other weapons. Fair enough. So the right torso is basically just something that connects my arm to my center. But basically the idea here is that if I wanted, I could put a PPC inside of it. I definitely need to equip some more heat sinks. But and we could say, okay, this thing's all about short-range missiles, so throw whatever we can. And let's give it heat sinks so that this thing doesn't burn up. Yeah, I'm not actually going to run with this, but like this is an idea of what you can work with, right? You deal with the hard points, you try and figure out how you'd want to set up your mech, and you're good to go. I am mildly curious if the game gives you like kind of a default loadout. Tutorial will cover the basics of MechLab functionality. You can dismiss it at any time by clicking on the back button, and you can review the information at any time by clicking the question mark in the top corner. We kind of have already seen all of this, so I'm gonna pass over it for now. Alright, I think I'm just gonna leave this be. And as much as I'd like to chat with Yang, let's figure out what our next contract's gonna be, because we've got a big bill coming up. And yeah, we got some money off of the Axlis fight, but okay, training day. We're trying to build a local defense force of mech warriors here on Holloway. Our pilots are inexperienced and untested. We'd like you to help us train them. We've picked a troubling signal which may represent hostile activity, which seems like a good opportunity to send our new defense force out to handle it. Can you bring along an experienced mech warrior and a mech to keep them out of trouble? I can only imagine what kind of junk heaps these locals are going to be piloting. I'm expecting Urbies. Bring along something tough, Commander. This would be slightly better. Yeah, you know what? I'm actually going to go for more cash here just because of the bill that we're getting. I went to Top Comfort, so we've heard you're a competent mercenary. We've been having some trouble lately, and if you could resolve it for us, we'll ensure that you're paid well. If not, so be it. So this is going to be a bit of a tricky one. Lancelots require both a mech and a mech warrior. Right, so I don't think we can put these ones in. Oh, okay, right. So this is actually kind of a neat way of handling it. So my Centurion's not in. Oh, so I can't bring the Shadowhawk because it's task in progress. All right, well, Vindicator it is. And I guess that means I'm bringing... You don't actually have to... Like, they don't own the mech. This wouldn't have been the one that I normally brought, but I'm repairing everything, so let's hope I don't get too... Let's hope I don't get too smushed. I'm pretty sure this is one of the new... one of the DLC ones. I don't think it's heavy metal. I think this might be an urban warfare one. It's hard to tell, though. So I'm just getting a little dinner. I will take a brief minute for a little advertising. So this was given from Paradox. We're playing the new Heavy Metal DLC. So if you want to pick up the DLC and you want to support the cast, you can use that Humble link there. That is an affiliate link for Humble Bundle, so a little bit of the money goes towards me. Battletech, the base game, is currently on sale. So I don't believe it's currently on sale on Humble. So if you don't own this game already, if it's not on sale on Steam, it's almost certainly on sale on ParadoxPlaza.com. So if you go there, 100% of the revenue will be going to the people who made the game, or the people who bought who made the game. If you, again, the heavy metal's obviously not on sale, so you can buy that pretty much anywhere. What was the other thing I was going to say? No, yeah, sorry, I already said that they sent along the key. So keep that in mind. There's whatever, financial interests or reputational interests or whatever. But heavy metal is really cool, and like this is a fun game, but it's not enough to completely buy my opinions on things. I do genuinely enjoy playing this. So Flapjacks, oh gosh, I'm really excited about this. I hope we see some fighting. I'm not sure. We didn't do very well at the practice range. It's because you almost blew up the observation bunker. Right. Anyway, Commander, I'm seeing a single pirate lance here. Like, actual pirate mechs? With real guns? I can't wait. I'm gonna lick their asses. Kick, it's... You know what? Never mind. Have fun, Commander. I'll be on station. Meet me here when you're ready to leave. Wait, where are we going? I just figured out how to turn on my radio.
Time to get paid.
I'm receiving. Waiting for orders.
Alright, glitch is taking point. Now, okay, this is a commando. I can work with that. Okay, so actually these are better scouting mechs.
I'm walking here.
I've never really used an urban mech before, so what's this thing's loadout look like?
Welcome, fresh meat.
It's an AC-10. That's nothing to sneeze at. They don't really have any abilities to speak of.
Got it.
I was never a big urban mech fan, but actually this thing might deliver. Hey, XO, I'm tracking an inbound blip. Coming in fast and low. Looks like they're making a drop-off. Keep us updated, Mayor. Alright, this is one thing I really like about the game, is that you don't know exactly what you're up against. What you need to do is you either need to get someone who is good at sort of scouting, or you need to get someone who has a sensor lock. So that's usually what you'll use your light units for.
Rolling.
Of course, I want to make sure this thing's in cover, because the commando isn't exactly the most survivable of the mechs. Probably could have sprinted now that I think of it. So I think I'm going to keep... well, Glitch is going to have to move after the lights anyway. That jump does nothing. So this gives me a view. I'm not entirely sure I want that, though. So I did that. Yeah, you know what? We'll take a peek. So that is a Panther.
Standing by. Affirmative.
So we'll open fire. It's a almost impossible shot. They've only got 8, so what's the deal? Size, long range, obstructed. You know what? It is not worth it. I should have sprinted.
Waiting on you, Commander.
All right. So this time we'll just jump and
No sweat.
we'll give it a warm welcome. And we'll let her rip. So the reason why I didn't fire with the urban mech before was there's only 8 shots, so it's not really worth killing the evasion if it takes like an 1/8 of my ammo. Commander, I've got eyes on a lance on a new lance in the AO. Looks like Davion markings. Was that supposed to happen? What do we do now? We kill the new guys too, just like in the holovids. Up to you if you want to engage the new targets, Commander. If not, Sir Meyer will make the pickup at the evac LZ. So they're probably going to target the commando. Yikes!
Armor blow through.
Fortunately,
Internal damage.
yeah. Fortunately, I don't need to repair this thing. mean, I can charge him. The problem is it's going to leave him exposed to these new guys. Real question is whether or not I'm going to be able to finish the job this turn. You know what? Let's give it a shot. Oh, God. He doesn't have a whole lot.
Waiting for orders.
This is a really dumb thing to do with a light mech. But I also know that we get to focus fire.
For physical attack.
Well, I'm glad they're occupied for a turn. That'll let my commando escape.
Receiving you.
Okay, so again, he's weak on this side, so we're gonna focus here. In this case, even if they're like bad opportunities to attack, I still want to go for what I can. Actually, this isn't that bad at all.
Attacking from position.
That still doesn't mean the new guys got what it takes. I think this time I need to jump.
Confirmed.
This is just to try and maximize the damage output. Although obviously, ooh, nice.
I hear ya.
Okay, so now Glitch gets to bring the. Oof. I don't feel comfortable doing this, but I really do want to try and put this all in the center.
Yeah, critical hit.
All right, so the problem is that this guy's probably going to be able to reply on my commando. Don't die.
My armor's breached.
Stop that! Okay, he's alive.
Ready for orders.
It's stupid that I'm keeping him in the engagement, but I'm not entirely sure I'm going to be able to completely clear him. So at least in this case, we can try and make some kind of a contribution. But yeah, this requires like one hit from an autocannon and he's out. All right. I can't say that I was anticipating that was going to happen, but I sure hoped that that would happen.
Waiting for orders.
There is a bit of an argument for me to try and jump here. The difference isn't really all that substantial.
Acknowledged.
I'm not crazy about the fact that I moved out of cover, but I don't really think I'm pretty sure anything we engage is going to be well outside of the woods here.
Ready for orders.
So in this case, we'll just get into position. I actually don't mind giving the pirates and Davion a chance to sort of fight it out amongst themselves.
Good to go.
I am definitely interested in getting Glitch into a good position, though.
Affirmative.
Oh, I didn't mean to jump. All right, well. Gives them something to think about. Looks like the pirates want to come after me. That's unfortunate. But this does give me an opportunity to run around and get the fire starter in the back. And we'll be doing so with autocannons. Wow, it really made them mad at me. Okay, so if I can get lucky and take out the fire starter, that means that Glitch gets to focus down the Locust. But let's see what we're working with here. So it doesn't look like there's any opportunities for some cover.
Heading out.
The other alternative, of course, is that I go for the... So that's a 60% chance versus... Okay, so they're both 60%. The Locust is pretty banged up. This guy's fresh. I'll admit I'm surprised I'm not targeting this accent.
Confirmed. Take that.
Could be worse.
Commander?
I don't think I get another targeted shot, but oops. Again, both of these urban mechs are fresh, so I'm okay moving them out like this.
Roger. Critical hit, Commander.
So of course, the temptation here is to bring the... Well, actually, you know what? They both moved, so...
Acknowledged.
So if Stubble's able to take out this unit here, Glitch will probably take out the Locust. But again, this is something of an act of faith.
All weapons are go.
Not quite enough to knock them over.
What can I do for you?
So what I will do... It's really not a good chance to hit, but I want to do something to that Locust. So at the very least, I want to knock over this fire starter.
Line them up and I'll shoot them down.
Well, never mind.
All primary targets down.
All right. I mean, that's a fair enough trade-off.
Hey, stay in the crosshairs.
The primary targets are down, Commander. You can evac at any time. Affirmative. I'm on station. Meet me at the LZ. Okay, so I want to see if they go after the commando. Survey says no. So let's see what an urban mech does in reply to a Locust.
Receiving you.
This isn't even a strategy thing at this point.
Tango's tracked.
I was really hoping to have just a little urban mechs like headbutt this thing to death. Alright, that was really fun. Commander, the area's been cleared. Darius has given me the green light to land immediately. Hold position.
Mission successful.
So the nice thing is anything that took damage, I don't own. So we get a fairly good payday. Obviously we won't get much in terms of scrap, but I kind of already accepted that. And it means that we're going to be able to cover the sort of luxurious accommodations that we set up. I think I'm going to still hold with it, but I am going to need to be a lot more careful about my mechs getting knocked over. So, well done, Commander. We obviously placed our faith in the right mercenary company. We'll let you know if we have any other work for you. And obviously we get the bonus payment from the from taking them out, so we actually have we're ahead of the game. I'm going to assume that we don't keep these recruits. They're going to be a pretty big liability if I do. Okay, so big question is, which one of these things do I want to keep? I really like locusts, but you know what? We'll go for the panther. See, if I took one of the locust bits, we'd have a full one now. All right. Well, that's what I get for not taking more scrap. Lady Orano's contract to liberate Weldry is ready for review in the command center. We should follow up when you think we're ready. How about after my people are are healed and my mechs are repaired? We're going to need to do some mech repairs before our next contract, boss. We can't go into combat like this. See me in mech bay when you're ready. Okay, so we are 16 days on our mechs. Let's take a look at what kind of contracts we've got. 33 days for first strike, but that's a pretty high, that's a much higher difficulty level than we've gotten before. So alternatively, we can go to Detroit. That's 22 days, so that lets us clear everything up. So Free Worlds League, burden of proof, max pay 413,600, so just shy of what we need to cover our costs for the month. A friend of our organization has been accused by the planetary government of illegal activities. While under this accusation, she's unable to perform her duties for the Merrick leadership. Evidence to be used in an upcoming hearing is being transported to a spaceport for safekeeping off-planet. Your team is to intercept this convoy and destroy it. Commander, the local nets are full of news about this hearing. The job is higher profile than our usual work. It's your call, though. If we don't take the job, another mercenary company will. So I'm going to assume that's going to make the local planet mad at us, but in this case, I want the money. That's right, I keep forgetting that the payment is the max value. In this case, we'll accept both. We just need to make sure we take 2 of these. So, the Free Worlds League would like to offer you a choice contract, Commander. As leader of a respected mercenary company, you should find the terms both fair and equitable, I think.
Calculating course now, Commander.
And I think while we are on the trip, let's go talk to one of our folks. So, Yang.
Anything I can do?
Hey again, boss. What's up? You want to talk about our new employer? Lady Arano, yeah. Look, I know you two go way back. You had the same teacher and all that. Hell, we were working for her. You were working for her on the day of the coup. If you hadn't been doing that, you never would have joined this crew. But I'm not sure that I trust Lady Arano or Lord Madeira. I don't know. Maybe I'm leaping to judgment. I like having money, so I hope that I am. Just something about the idea of working for yet another shadowy aristocratic power player that I don't like. For what it's worth, though, I hope she proves me wrong. Tell me a little about yourself. How'd you end up with the crew? That's a long story, boss. Shortest version I can give you? I signed on after I served my term in the Third Succession War, fighting for the Capellan Confederation. If you want to know more, you can ask whatever you want. Otherwise, let's get back to talking shop. Where are you from originally? Bryant in the Confederation. You may have heard of our claim to fame, the Crowley lizard cow. No? Well, trust me, they're delicious. An edible reptile indigenous to the planet Bryant. The meat of the Crowley lizard cow is considered a delicacy. It is one of Bryant's few planetary exports. Anyway, as the story goes, Bryant was a really nice place once, a tourist spot, big with hikers and fishing enthusiasts, pale blue skies, emerald green seas, and a blooming agricultural business. You know, the works. I never knew it that way, though. Stefan Amiris got to it a couple centuries before I was born, and, well, that was that. Stefan Amiris, the usurper. As president of the Rimworld's Republic, Stefan Amiris expanded the Republican army and placed Republican agents in key positions throughout the Star League. He fostered a close relationship with Richard Cameron while the First Lord was in his minority. When Cameron came of age, Amiris guided him towards the policies that would move Alexander Kerensky's SLDF away from Terra and place Republican forces there instead. With these preparations in place, Stefan Amiris murdered Richard Cameron on December 27, 2766, and declared himself First Lord, beginning the Amiris Civil War. Kerensky raised the Rimworld's Republic and returned to Terra to defeat Amiris' forces and capture him. Stefan Amiris was executed by firing squad in 2779. His remains were donated to the medical school of the University of New Samarkand. So, if this wasn't obvious, these are the events that are depicted in the sort of the opening cinematic for this game. But obviously, you can mouse over to learn more about it. As the story goes, Bryant used to have these enormous orbital mirrors, storm inhibitors they called them. The Star League put them in place. When Amiris took the system in his civil war, he had his troops use them for target practice. Without those mirrors, Bryant reverted to its natural state, a miserable little ball of wind-blown dirt, actively hostile to human life. By the time I came along, the only places where people could live in relative safety were the planet's poles. Of course, you can't fit a planet's entire population into a handful of cities at its poles. There isn't enough space, no matter how far down you dig or how tall you build. A lot of people, mostly the poor, died in the early days. There's still a lot of overcrowding in Bryant cities even now. That's my childhood home in a nutshell. Way too many people jammed into a tiny claustrophobic space, with nowhere to go but off-planet. I cleared out of there as fast as I could, never looked back. Gotta admit, though, I do miss the taste of lizard cow. Tell me about your time in the military. Who'd you serve with? The 2nd St. Ives Lancers, 1st Battalion, under Major Ling. We saw more action than most. The arm is a souvenir of my time in the service. Lost the original back in 3010 on St. Louis. Okay, let's find out what St. Louis was. St. Louis is an important agricultural center in the Capellan Confederation. In 3010, a notable battle took place between the 2nd St. Ives Lancers and 2 regiments from the elite Seti Hussars of the Federated Sons. Most of the planet's vital wheat crop was destroyed. You know, when we first moved at St. Louis, I loved the place. It's an agricultural world, sort of a breadbasket for the neighboring systems. Green fields, rolling hills, you get the picture. We just walked out of hell on Kittery. The Fed rats drove us out in '05 with our tails between our legs, so it looked like paradise to us. I remember kicking back in the med bay, my feet propped up on an engine block, sipping on a snifter of ambergris vermouth. Not a bad way to spend a sunny afternoon. Anyway, turned out the Federated Sons weren't done with us yet. It was barely a month into our deployment when they sent the Seti Hussars to burn us out. I'm sure there was a sound strategic reason for House Davion to want St. Louis, but it felt personal to me. Long story short, one of their scouts managed to slip through our perimeter and hit my mech bay. I was tinkering around in Centurion's custom-made rumble seat at the time. Being surrounded by all that armor is the only reason I made it out alive. Still, I didn't make it out unscathed. I lost 2 of my favorite assistants and my own right arm. I've still got this ugly thing grafted onto me as a reminder. And yet here I am, doing mercenary work for a living. Some people never learn, huh? Why'd you leave the Capellan Confederation? After my tour of duty up, you mean? I don't know. It was just time for a change. Besides, the place wasn't for me anymore. In a way, it never really was. I learned a lot from my time in the service. Got a first-hand view of the elitist bullshit that saturates Capellan culture, how it rewards high-born idiots at the common people's expense. Speaking as a thoroughly common man, that didn't sit right with me. When my tour was over, I picked up my things and made a beeline for the periphery. Seemed like as good of a place as any to find a new beginning. For what it's worth, I'm glad you made that choice. You brought my mech back from the brink more than once. Way more than once, if memory serves. Still, I appreciate the kind words, and for what it's worth, I'm happy to be here with his crew. Going career military would have been an enormous mistake. Your position? Yeah, let's talk about something else. And the rest is tutorial, so I'm sure there's probably going to be more stuff that Darius can say, but I don't want to spend too much of the time out of the main game. So we're gonna have the repairs done. We'll get somebody back to health. In the morning briefing, Yang jumps right in. Commander, the Leopard is too small. My mech techs keep tripping over everything. Chief, we've talked about this, Darius says in exasperation. We can't exactly knock down any walls. Sumire inserts herself. What if we move some of the supplies into other parts of the Leopard? The bunks, the kitchen, hell, even store some boxes in the cockpit if it'll help. Yang rubs his chin. Yeah, if I had some breathing room for a week, I could reorganize and make room for everything to move back. Say move only a small amount of supplies. Over the next several days, everyone helps move the least critical mech bay supplies to other parts of the Leopard. While emotions do get heated over the next week, the short duration of the project encourages patience. Before long, Yang and his technicians reclaim their supplies. His mood, at least, is much better than everyone else's. When you arrive in the mech bay, he's grimly satisfied with the amount of reorganization that he managed to do in a short period of time. The company gains 1 tech point boost for 14 days. Tech points are generated every day to spend to repair or customize battle mechs. Tech points only apply to 1 mech task at a time, so additional tasks are queued. Okay, so presumably these repairs will be done faster. Though, obviously, we're still out of action. I think if there's a supplement to the med bay that'll get my people back into action, I should take that. But we need to wait a while before that happens. I really love I mean, so obviously this stuff is just purely atmospheric in that, but we were talking about this yesterday, how obviously, or not obviously, but Battletech is more than just a tabletop game where you'll move pieces on the board or play out scenarios and all of that. The fact that there are books, I mean, the fact that so many games have come out of this, and there's a TV show, there's basically there. I don't think there's a type of media that this hasn't touched. Creating an atmosphere like this, in my opinion at least, is really what makes this game stand out and really makes it kind of a spiritual successor to everything that came before. I believe these properties are actually owned by Microsoft, but I'm fairly certain they were. I'm pretty sure it's a licensing agreement. I don't know if it's in perpetuity or whatever. But again, it's really neat just to see how this game really kind of gets taken up in terms of the spirit of the property, and it's not just a fun sort of strategy game. Okay, so this is going to be a little risky just because I'm going to be taking my time getting these missions done, and especially if I do the story mission, I have a feeling that there's going to be some pretty heavy damage, but let's go for it. We'll still try with Extravagant because, again, the high morale should be helping me perform in combat. The last cup. On your way to the Leopard's Galley, you run into Sir Meyer heading the same way. Commander, it's been a long week. I know I can't make more hours in the day, but I can make more coffee. When you enter in the cramped galley, you find Medusa and Behemoth in a tense standoff in front of a nearly empty coffee pot. Medusa sees you. Commander, this is the last cup of coffee. The Exo says we won't have any more until the next supply run. Behemoth shoves her way forward. I got here first, and he almost stole it while I was looking for my favorite mug. Split the coffee between them. Exasperated, you squeeze your way past them both into the galley and take 2 cups, pouring the coffee equally into both. You say, if you can't act like adults, we'll have to resolve this like your children. You hand 1 cup to Medusa and 1 to Behemoth. Drink up. The next time I send you planetside, I expect you to make every single shot. After they leave, Sumar sighs as she stares at the empty pot. That had better have been worth it. Excuse me while I go discuss shopping priorities with Darius. Medusa's gained the following tags for 30 days. High Spirits, Behemoth for High Spirits for the next 30 days. One of the reasons for this is that because Beefreezer's out of action for longer than the travel, I know that I'm going to have these 2 people on the next mission. Friday, Detroit Commander, ready to proceed with our current contract? Sure. I'd like to have my main character in, obviously, but I think I'll admit that it's probably better just to generate as much money as quickly as possible, and I'll just make sure my main character's on more missions. I forgot, I'm supposed to be giving these guys some more experience boosts, but I'll make do with what we got. Alright, destroy the supply convoy and escape, destroy convoy guards, and Commander, the local... Right, we've already read all of this, so we'll just wait for it to load. Sorry about the wait for the next mission, but... Like I said, I think one of the things for me that... I don't know if this is universally loved about this game, but I do actually like kind of the... I like the intermission between the missions. I actually kind of like the fact that there's a motivation for all of this stuff. Alright, Commander, our goal is to track down the convoy. So let's scout out the target area. When we found the convoy, we can stop it from reaching its destination. Then we make our way to the evac zone. Get to it, Commander. Alright, so I think the worry that I have on this one is the convoy can escape.
Ready for orders.
But that's why we have speed.
Position confirmed.
I've got eyes on the target.
Okay, so it's got its back turned to us, but I don't think we're going to be able to. I don't think we're going to be able to do much about this on its own.
Waiting for orders.
So I'm willing to do a sprint here, but I'm not willing to expose them. At this point, I just want an idea in terms of where the targets are. Okay, So let's get, I'm going to send the main force up through here, and then basically up to the right. And then I'm going to try and get Decker to be as much of a pain as he can be. So first thing, let's take Medusa and the Blackjack. I want to get them as close to the target as possible.
Let's move.
So the reason for that is that this is the one mech I have that doesn't have long-range missiles. So while normally Behemoth takes point,
Standing by.
this is one of these cases where it's slightly more advantageous for me to have them open, just so if I wasn't able to close the distance enough, I'd still be able to fire the missiles at them. Alright, so this is a fire starter. There is kind of a side of me that would want to do a precision strike, but in this case here, I'm just going to do I'll do whatever shots I can, because this guy's going to need to close some distance. Oh, you mean Death Stranding?
Waiting for orders.
I haven't played it. I actually really haven't seen that much about it. I always like to kind of, not exactly mock it, but I always like to be a bit of a pest about it.
Got it.
You know what? A called shot to the leg would have been a really smart idea there.
Yeah, critical hit.
So I'm pretty sure this is the convoy that we need to take out. I want to make sure that they don't get too far. Oh, that's good to hear. Should probably at least mouse or put the camera over the. So we are losing armor, but I mean, I don't think I could have asked for a better round in terms of just like what they're targeting. In the end, there's the benefit of cover.
Let's get this done, folks.
Standing by.
All right, now this is a really tricky one for me to deal with here because in one sense I don't want to expose Decker to what this enemy might be. On the other hand, I didn't bring them into the fight, you know, to waste time. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to make sure they wind up in cover. And again, high evasion just to make sure that there isn't too much. Okay, this is a locust. This isn't the end of the world. Normally I'd love to try and go for the center, but in this case we'll just fire what we can. If it had more than a machine gun, I'd maybe worry a little bit more about it, but... Alright. That's inconvenient for us because I don't think we're going to be able to target the fire starter. But I will do the same tactic of moving the I'll do the same tactic of moving the Blackjack first.
Yeah.
Okay, nope, looks like we get line of sight. I'm kind of leaving Decker on his own, but I can work with that. I think there's a really good argument for a called shot on the leg here. What are our chances? Ah, yeah, that leg's not exposed. Okay. No precision strike. We will alpha strike, though. So with any luck, the LRMs will do something to it. I do want a bit of a read on where these guys are heading, so... yeah, there's still some distance on the road. I think in the worst case scenario, Decker runs ahead and starts stomping them, although I'm pretty sure these things aren't defenseless.
Ready for
Okay, so let's see if jump jets will fix this problem. Sadly, they will not. So I can chase him down this way. So basically, the way I'm thinking right now is if I'm going to have to fire missiles this round, do I want to try and go around the mountain like this, or do I want to try and chase them sort of from behind like this? I think I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move the Shadowhawk with the Blackjack, but Glitch I'm gonna move to the other side of the mountain because she could take advantage of this high spot here. Okay, now do I want to target the Locust or the Firestarter? I think I'll go for the highest probability of hit. Paid off.
Solid connection on that one.
So it's a fresh striker that's going to be causing me some grief, but there's not too many units that it can hurt too much, so.
Good to go.
Now if I can get Glitch up on the... no, it's just shy of what I needed. So in this case, we'll move her up, we'll take advantage of the missiles, and then we'll maybe try and put her up on the mountain next round. This is a 65 versus a 45. So again, it's tempting to hit the Locust here, but I think I'm going to bully the Firestarter a little bit.
Tell me what to do.
Alright, well, it wasn't a kill, but I'll live with it. How you doing for Math Me? Great to see you. Alright, so this guy's armor is a bit thinner than the others, so I want to be a little cautious in terms of how much I expose him, but he's in a reasonably good space to intercept the convoy. Does the heavy metal deal?
Holding.
So I believe some missions are added inside of it. From the very beginning, like the very opening, some of the content isn't available. For instance, I don't have any of the new mechs, but I was talking with Cool Eagle about this. I believe that there are new missions that have been added, so that's... Wow, they really wanted Spider on that one. I'm gonna have to see where his armor's at. Or sorry, wanted the Spider on that.
Receiving you.
Actually, that is not too bad at all. But yeah, so easy answer is not everything right away, but enough. It's... Alright, I'm pretty sure this galleon is not going down in 2 laser shots. Hopefully there's not too much of a consequence for me exposing him like that. Did that tree just get set on fire? Really? What was it about urban warfare and flashpoints that didn't work for you? I'll admit, I'm kind of... I own the other two. I actually haven't played them that much before, though. So I bought them, but there was just other stuff that I wound up playing. So in this case, I'm kind of enjoying the novelty of it all. So I don't think we wind up in... Oh yeah, we do wind up in different distance categories. Okay, I'm not crazy about the fact that they're going to be covered by the terrain, but we'll work with what we've got. Again, I do want to keep moving just so that I can start getting the back of the... oh wow. I don't like any of these chances. I'm still doing it, but...
got past his armor.
So now we see how bad of a decision it was to move Decker this far up. I mean, we have a bunch of evasions, so we should be able to get away with a bit, but there are consequences for that.
What's up, boss?
Okay, so let's see if we can... Well, we can't exactly jump to solve our problems, but I prefer this to the alternative. At least here I'm going to be getting some clean shots on people. And I think we'll do the same thing with Glitch. So the question is, do I want to just put an end to the story of this fire starter, or do I want to do something to the story? You know what? Put the fire starter out of its misery, or try to at least.
Waiting on you, Commander.
Okay, so Glitch can do the same thing.
Affirmative.
I am prioritizing the mechs just because I kind of figure that the rest will be sitting ducks when the time comes. Although, I can obviously afford to go after multiple targets here, so maybe the medium... Really? Oh, right, okay. So LRM goes to C. Yeah, there we go. We're kind of maximizing the chances of everything hitting.
You get a headshot, and you get a headshot.
Obviously, if they can PPC the fire starter to death, so much the better. But all right, and now there's going to be a hail of missile fire, probably headed towards Decker.
Light damage. Holding firm.
So, I mean, the good news here is that
I'm showing minor damage.
like all of this is bouncing off the armor, but the spider isn't exactly the most like hardcore the most hardcore frontline unit, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to need to take Decker out at this point. Because I am a bit lucky that we haven't...
Lots of armor.
Yeah, we haven't really had anything go internal yet, but I am pretty sure our luck's going to be running out on that really soon. Now, focusing on stuff like the Vindicator, I'm 100% okay with them doing that. So... Decker is in a really interesting place this turn because I want him to be effective in terms of like getting damage done, but I also want to protect him from, you know, too many dangers. That's gonna blow out my heat too. Okay, what I might have to do then is sprint, or potentially move to a... like move out of the line of sight. The alternative is I go physical on the locust, but that exposes me to everything on the side here. So yeah, my center and my my side torso are in pretty bad shape. So I'm not entirely convinced that this protects me from the enemy.
Position confirmed.
But I do still want him in the fight, so... So if we open up on the locust, what are we looking at? Well, we might take out its leg. It's 40% chance for each. If we try the fire starter, slightly better probabilities, but it's all at the front, which isn't that weak. The striker's actually pretty well armored at this point. If I can get one on the right-hand side... Oh, you know what? I'm going to try it, because if we can take this thing out,
Acknowledged.
Cool. Does leave me a little exposed.
Reporting. Enemy vehicle eliminated.
But I think that's a good. I think the risk is going to be worth it here. And that was very lucky. Presumably the Locust is, yeah. So we'll see what its reply is. I have no idea what's going into something that will make it less effective at...
Armor blow through. Internal damage.
So it's targeting went lower doing that. This is really bad because he's currently facing a machine gun, which is actually really good at causing problems for him. But we'd be playing the new MechWarrior game. Good question. Piranha Games is from Vancouver, which is where I was originally from, and I did rather like MechWarrior Online. I haven't played it for a while. I don't own it yet. It is maybe worth mentioning, and again, sorry to be a bit of a sellout on this stuff, but for those of you who do want to pick up the MechWarrior game and haven't done so, there is my my Epic link there. So if you are so inclined, it definitely helps me to get a little bit of revenue for doing this stuff. Obviously, there is no requirement or expectation that you do so, but I'm interested, but the big question is whether or not I'm going to have the time, because I suspect there will be some Stellaris content coming out. I've got a bunch of Age of Wonders Planetfall to play still. I'd like to get back to 6 Ages. I'd love to do some more Night Team 4. So it's really a question as to whether or not I find the time. But I am very much I'm very much looking forward to covering it if I can. It's not giving me a warning here, so I'm gonna take the shot. I just hope that I'm not signing myself up for disappointment here. The Firestarter really should not be that big of a priority right now, but you know, it's better to just take the thing out.
Take this dirtbag.
Still not enough, huh? So we'll see whether or not they're able to target Decker.
Yes, Commander.
Doesn't look like it. So let's use a jump to get some better shots on these guys.
Firing jump jet.
Sadly, it looks like it's going to be focusing on that Firestarter again, so hopefully at this point we'll finally finish the job.
On it.
What's left? But yeah, so easy answers. I'm very interested in playing the new MechWarrior. I have no idea if I'll be able to do so. And looks like Decker is in a lot of trouble.
I hear ya.
I think I'm going to go back to my multi-targeting here. Best shot's the Firestarter. It's probably a bit extra, so he's too... Alright. Yeah, let's...
Uh-huh.
Good. Obviously, we didn't need to worry about taking... Okay, good. This thing had already taken its action, but it's just another bit of the convoy down. And Decker's going to be able to take a move on the Locust, so hopefully we can do something about it. All right, this is going to sting if they're still able to target Decker.
Minimal damage on that hit.
I didn't see any numbers.
Watch my six.
Alright, so I'm going to have to repair the jump jet, but...
This isn't looking too good.
I think at this point here, I'm going to... As much as I would love to do otherwise... Actually, you know what? The cover... Yeah, I'm going to do the cover here.
Copy that.
I was going to try and sprint Decker the entire way out, but in this case, I think taking a little bit of cover to move part way is the better call. Now, I could try legging this thing. Now, you know what? We'll just do some...
Roger that.
If nothing else, we're just moving down the evasion, although I guess they're going to be moving next round, so it doesn't matter.
Negative damage. Repeat. Negative damage.
Oh, Jesus Christ, this is going to hurt. Nope, got the one bit that had armor on it still, it looks like.
Internal structure damage. I'm in trouble.
That's really bad. Alright, so we're down Decker for a while.
Yes, Commander.
Let's get Medusa back in because there's not a whole lot more for him to do. And these things are standard range, extreme range. Just trying to think if moving in closer will improve this. I don't really think it will. You know what? I'll just throw it out if we don't hit anything. Actually, no, I should have moved because I want to close the distance to the convoy. Yeah, this is the whole reason I had Decker up front, but unfortunately I
What can I do for you?
I don't even think I really lost my nerve. I just think I let him take too much damage. I don't even think there's anything else I can target right now. So it might have been smarter for me to let the Shadowhawk go first. What are we looking at here? 25, so that would clear out the armor, but it still has structure left. Can try and target the leg. You know, we've got the...
Uh-huh.
Yeah, right. Bejeebus, you are not. There's no clan in this period of time. There's a mention of Wolf's Dragoons, and I think Harebrained Schemes has sort of talked about how there's the possibility for future, but with all of the DLC and with the base game, it takes place before the clans have arrived. Yeah, I mean. We'll work with what we've got. I can do another called shot if I really want, but at this point I think I'm just gonna... I'll take what I can get. You mean like the novels or the source books? Jesus, they're really wanting to...
Damn it! I'm wounded. Armor breach. Internal damage. That shot went internal.
I mean, I'm lucky that he's not taken out, but it's clear that they're not going to let up with the missiles.
My mech's coming apart around me.
So the real dilemma on this one... So if I sprint... Dithronics, thank you very much for that follow. Yeah, so the jump jets don't get me properly away. This, actually, the funny thing is my rear armor is...
Roger.
My rear armor is pretty good, so even if they are able to put it through. It's not, I mean, I would rather not have to do this with a mech right now, but I can't really afford to have any more parts falling off of this, so... Now, the real question is whether or not we're actually going to be able to catch up with these guys. If they have to go around the road like this, we should at least be able to jump up, but we're definitely not in a good spot in terms of taking out this convoy, so...
Orders.
First things first, let's deal with this Locust.
On the move.
I'm going to basically... Shadowhawk's now dedicated to this guy. And I'm going to have the rest of the team run ahead and just ignore this guy.
Heavy damage.
I've only ever read one of the novels. I really like them, and I think one of the things that I like a lot about this... hey, I see your wave there. One of the things that I really like about this take on it is that there's enough... There's sort of enough story and enough background to really... oh god, it's really tempting to just punch this thing again. But what's my other alternative? I can jump, and I'm probably not going to be able to fire all my exciting weapons, but we can at least start cleaning up some of these guys on the edge. So PPC is probably going to set me on fire. No, actually. Alright.
Primary target damage. Concentrate your fire and bring it down.
It's at least a start. What was I going to say? Yeah, so I mean, there's still a story in this. Like they've done a good job of treating Battletech as more than just kind of a series of you know, first-person mech games or a tabletop game. They've really taken the time to go through some of the story. I mean, the opening cinematic does a really good job of sort of summarizing the backstory, I think. Yeah. Probably should have focused on sprinting that guy ahead, but if you do it enough times, eventually you get a lucky shot. But yeah, the real question is going to be whether or not we can catch up with these guys on time. I think a couple of maybe sprinting rounds with the Vindicator will help me close the gap. Decker might also be able to help with some sensor locks.
Nice try.
The big thing that I'm worried about here is I really only have one mech to dedicate to this. Now it's a mech with a PPC, so I'm doing okay, but it's also going to be the target for all the... Actually, you know what? Okay. First things first, let's move to further safety. And then I'll get a sensor lock, although I suspect it'll probably be a majority of melee attacks on this thing at this point.
Sensors locked on.
Okay, so Medusa's the least likely to catch up to the bad guys. Unfortunately, he also has the worst heat right now.
Location confirmed.
So we'll do what damage we can and carry on. So the ACs are the worst chance, but I don't think I can afford another one of these. Yeah. Alright, well, we'll do two. Guard units are dealt with. Wise move. Yeah, was it? Definitely took us a lot of effort to do.
Good to go.
Okay, so if I can get... Yeah, I can get Behemoth up onto the next level, so we'll take the chance. No point in doing the LRM, but...
I copy.
Primary target is taking damage.
Okay, encouraging.
Waiting on
Now
you,
the question
Commander.
is how much we can deliver with glitch. That's a lot of heat.
Uh-huh.
These numbers aren't quite making sense to me. So it's 25% at the local convoy. There's only 2 more on the map. Unless one of them... Even then, they should still be in radar range. Either way, I have a lot less time on this than I thought I did, so... in this case, I'm justifying the move forward because there's the immediate threats are gone, and then I kind of need him for some sensor locks. Yep. Looks like neither of those are options. So, it would have been nice to know that. I could have sprinted him, but I guess we brace.
Waiting for orders.
Just trying to see if a sprint or a jump is the smarter call here. I'm pretty sure we've lost the convoy at this point. Alright, I'll go for the jump even though it generates too much heat, and then we'll just run up the road the rest of the way. But again, they're probably going to turn around the corner and I'll lose them. Yeah, I feel so useless doing this.
What do you need?
Okay, so if I sprint, I get here. If I jump, yeah, not too much of a difference, so...
Got it.
I'm gonna guess probably my jump jets aren't enough to leap all the way up here, so... Behemoth... I'm gonna try and at least get onto the road.
Jumping.
Well, closer to the road. This is pretty much a... Hey, Ego Karen, how you doing? Pretty sure this is a lost cause. Oh yeah, this guy's way ahead. So I mean, I'll see what I can do when I get these guys up along the edge, but... Nothing we can do sensor-wise, so at least try and sprint to close the distance.
Full speed, no target.
Watch, I'm gonna get him close enough for a missile shot, and then I'll lose him and the battle. All right, now. That's curious. I'm not 100% sure what's going on there. So I'm just going to take a quick minute here. Yeah, so we clearly don't have any options in terms of leaping up the mountain. Looks like a sprint is my best option here.
Got it. Max speed, no shooting.
The good news is that the heat will be dissipated in time. The question is, or the problem is it may be a moot point by the time I catch up with them.
Copy that.
Been playing Magic the Gathering and drinking whiskey. How long have you been playing Magic, Ego? I think you've mentioned it before, but I don't think I've ever asked you that.
Ready for orders. I
played it like way back in high school, but I don't really have a collection anymore. Everybody keeps telling me I should get back into it, but I really liked Netrunner, Android Netrunner, but that's no longer a thing. Okay, so it looks like they are moving up. Again, there's the possibility of being able to jump up before too long. Okay, this gives me... what this gives me is anybody who doesn't have line of sight can at least drop some missiles on this guy now. And I'm mildly tempted to do some DFAs just to get myself into the fight again.
What can I do for you?
So if I jump... oh, this will be great. So I'm going to get the furthest distance I can just to make the PPC work. Okay. So at this point... Alright. So A is kind of my top priority right now. But C clearly gets the better probability.
Line them up and I'll shoot them down, Commander.
These numbers still don't add up for me, though. You started 10 years ago and then played it on and off for years, and 3 years on a regular basis. Nice.
Standing by.
Alright, so again, I'm pretty sure we can't just leap up the mountain like this, but we can sprint.
Acknowledged.
It'll be really helpful if Behemoth can get to where the Vindicator is, but that's a tall order.
Ready for orders.
Yeah. Would have been nice. So the question is now.
Orders.
So if I do a regular, I think I actually get more distance if I do a regular move. So we'll move up. We'll do the LRMs. And then the good news is that next round we should be able to jump up and hit him in the back. But I was focusing down this target. Again, it's minor, but it might mean the difference between us pulling this thing off or not. Now, I think if I try to stomp it, it's that's not going to be enough. It's actually a really tough call here because I'm pretty much only going to get one shot at this.
Ready for orders.
So, similar story here. We're going to get Decker to sensor lock whatever we think the priority target is. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to sensor lock the front... Well... This is a tough call. I think I'm actually going to sensor lock the further target.
Got a lock.
So first things first, I want to see what Behemoth can do. Okay, so actually in this case, I'm going to move him up. And I want to see if we'll be able to take this guy out at range. That's
good to go.
Gonna be scary to deal with. Okay, so they can't contribute enough. Yeah, I'm really not sure if we're gonna be able to take out both.
Waiting for orders.
So the question here is... PPC has a really small chance of working. And I'm not on the right side. Well, there's one thing that can help. Oh, it's the one thing I can't do, though. And then my alternative is I fire at the striker here. Wait, really? Oh no, because that's a move. Yeah, I think I'm going to take the greater certainty here.
Time to die.
Wow, that didn't finish the job, huh? Alright, so I'm pretty sure this guy escapes, if I'm reading this correctly. Yeah. Warning, Commander, the target vehicles have begun to arrive at their destination. Not much time left before we have to abort this mission. Oh, interesting. So, it's possible I may be able to follow up and stomp this guy. Unless, of course, he lands in the zone and then mission's over.
You got nothing, you hear me?
Receiving you.
Alright, pretty sure Decker is not going to be contributing anything worthwhile. He can still make his contributions from a distance with the sensor locks. I'm genuinely curious as to whether or not we can pull this thing off. And the real question mark to me is whether or not... Really? Okay.
I've got a sensor lock. Yeah.
Okay, so first question is what Medusa can pull off.
Oop.
So if we get him to target... Well, if anything called for a precision strike, it's...
This should be good.
Good.
And stay down.
Good to go.
Glitch is a bit far away from the target to be helpful. The side of me that says we just stomp the thing and then let Behemoth finish it off, but that may have consequences.
Waiting on you, Commander.
Ugh, I don't feel good about any of this. Okay, I am going to stomp it.
Uh-huh.
And then we'll focus fire on the next bit. Alright, well, that's it.
I'm coming in hot.
Okay, so obviously Decker got ripped to shreds, but we were able to take the thing...
Knocked out a vehicle.
We were able to take the thing to the wire. Well done, you managed to wipe the Op-4 out. I can do the extract right now, no need to get to our planned LZ.
Mission successful.
So, Decker's probably going to be out for like a year. The spider repairs actually shouldn't be that bad. And we do get a nice little bonus to our contract, so we're still short about 1,500. And then plus repairs. But that's not actually the worst outcome. Top tier work, Commander. House Merrick is very happy with your performance. Keep it up, and we'll make sure a lot more work comes your way. Okay. Yeah, 53 days, so he's going to be gone for 2 months. We need to repair the medium laser and the jump jets. We'll get that out of the way right away. So... At this point, I might as well just take the repairs that I need. I don't... Like... All this stuff would be nice, but at this point, I might as well just go for stuff that I know I'm going to be putting right back into the mech. So this is to Bejeevis. This probably isn't as big of a deal for the novels, but definitely for fans of the Battletech game. Like, one of the things that's nice here is very much the running the mercenary company and the, you know, taking care of your mechs. This is definitely a fun part of the game. It's sometimes a little tough because, like, loadouts for things like my Centurion and whatnot are a bit of a dilemma, but all right, so this thing, first we'll start with 3 jump jets. Or is it 4 jump jets? Yeah, it is 4 jump jets, my bad. But we have enough. I don't think there's anything to replace in the arm. All right, so that is an extremely, well, not extremely, but that's an expensive repair job, but at least we get the thing back online. We're short on jets. Rest we're okay with, though, so.
Right. I'll get it in the schedule.
I'm really not sure what to do about this Centurion, though. So... If I go for something like... The idea that it becomes more effective sort of in close range is a a fairly big deal for me. I hate the fact I only have the AC2. I might actually try and buy a better one. Reminds me of MechWarrior, some other game, the name of which you cannot remember. Chat might be able to help me out here. I think there was Mech Commander. There was like a top-down real-time strategy game. It actually goes as far back as a couple of DOS games. I think it was like Crescent Hawk's Inception, Crescent Hawk's Revenge were a couple. You know what? Before I go crazy with this, so let's say we'll try and get 2 more SRM-6s and a stronger autocannon. See what we can throw on this thing. You played them all? Got MechWarrior and Mech Commander installed on a flat. Oh, that's really cool. I actually haven't played that many of them. I played the base of MechWarrior 2 for a little bit, which was interesting. It's definitely quite old-fashioned, but not unpleasantly so. And then I think I saw an episode of if I'm remembering correctly, the animated television show had this moment when they went to something like Battlevision or something like that, and you, like, it had these, like, 3D moments in it, which is really strange, but also really interesting. Okay, so no SRM-6s, so nothing to work with there. Autocannons, a lot of ammo. Okay, let's start with weapons. Yeah, all the ammo, none of the weapons. Infernos. Inferno racks are tailored launchers that fire missiles containing a napalm-like substance that coats their target in a gel which burns for a short period. Applying heat, this effect stacks. These Inferno rounds are self-contained with the launcher and are fortunately inert until armed and triggered on impact. Okay, that sounds super fun and all, but not quite what I had in mind. Okay, so basically we don't have much in terms of the stores. I might be able to finish off some of my mechs in storage, but I don't think I want to spend the money on that. So, here's what I'm going to do instead. Let's go to the mech bay. I'll load out the Centurion with what I have, like a true cheapskate. So, AC2, which I'm going to feel a little bad for putting on. I can't remember how much ammo you get for one of these things. Ammo bins contain the rounds needed for projectile-based weaponry, with at least 1 bin required per weapon type. The ammo bins will explode and destroy their installed location when they receive a critical hit. AC2 ammo bins contain 25 rounds, may feed multiple weapons. 2 seems like a bit of overkill, but I also kind of have extra room. So now we'll say, again, I'd prefer SRMs on this guy, so... Okay. How much do we have in terms of 100 rounds may feed multiple weapons? So you fire 6 around. Well, 6 tons remaining. I may reconsider some of this because I do kind of want to boost the armor a little bit, but also I've like having lots of guns. Okay, our heat efficiency is basically vanished, so... Now, I don't know if the game does this, but having heat sinks in the legs apparently improves things, like if you're in water. I don't know if that is true for this game or not. And you know what? I am going to go... This is a good question. Do I want to go machine gun and hope for the better crits, or do I want to go small laser and hope for the extra damage? I think I'm going to go small laser because that tends to help. Now, I haven't left myself any room for armor, so... we'll do max armor, let the game figure it out for me. Alright, this is probably a disaster of a...
On it. I'll let you know when that's...
It's probably like a disaster of a mech, but... we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I don't know how successful it was. I only saw a little bit. Like, it was a YouTube search that I was doing, and it was like a cartoon, like X-Men or Spider-Man or anything like that. But it was fun. It's kind of neat to see. I'm going to take a quick minute here and see if Darius has anything to say. Yes. So we've already exhausted these dialogue options, I'm pretty sure. But we can at least talk about Lady Orano. So we're working for Lady Orano now. That was a surprise. You're telling me the whole Reach thought she was dead for 3 years now, and yet here she is. Gotta say, it feels pretty good to be on contract with House Orano again. The last time this happened, Commander Markham was still alive. Tell me about Markham. What kind of man was he? Markham was an ornery old bastard, but he got the job done. Great card player, and he shared my taste in holovids. We used to have these great marathon viewing sessions. Have you ever seen These Gears Are Teeth? Great film, and a masterpiece of the Tokatsu Giallo genre. Markham always loved that one. Wish I could watch it again with him sometime. I genuinely do. Thank you, S1N Jet. Sinjet? Was Markham a competent mech commander? More or less. He was a decent tactician, but an exceptional businessman. I wish you could have seen him in action, Andre. His style was this odd mix of negotiating and holding court. And when it worked, it worked. Let me give you an example. I can't really do justice to Markham's style, but for the sake of the story, I'll try. You know our Draconis Combine rep, Shugo Renaud Yagamuchi? Markham gave him a nickname, Bob Kurita. Every time he used it, he was totally deadpan, and he always used the full name. You trying to pull the wool over my eyes, Bob Kurita? Tell me about that assassination contract, Bob Kurita. Bob Kurita, you look tense. You need a glass of wine? It sounds insulting, I know, but the crazy thing is it worked. Something about the way Markham leaned into that stupid nickname tickled Shugo Yagamuchi pink. He'd giggle his way through every negotiation until tears were streaming down his cheeks. He had a routine like that for every liaison we dealt with. Some he'd rib, other he'd smooth talk. Everyone left the table with a smile on their face. Anyway, that's ancient history now. Markham is dead and gone. We buried his personal effects along with his memory, and we did right by his kin. Best to leave the past behind us. This company isn't his anymore, Andre. It's yours. So let's focus on what we're doing next and leave the past the past. So I'll ask him about something else. And gotta run. So the real question right now is what I'm going to do with my company while people are healing. So Beefeater's out for 5 days, the Spider's out for 19. Neither of these are insurmountable because Medusa can go into the Locust, and again, we just need Beefeater for in the 5 days. The real question is do we want to do the tougher mission? Do we maybe want to wait for the Centurion to come back? Those are the more pressing questions. So let's take a look at what kind of contracts we have available. At two skulls, I'm thinking we should probably be at full strength. So there's Nosy Neighbors, Hold the Line, and Carrier pays the worst, but it's decent for scrap. So you got both of these things available right in this system. So I think what we'll just do here is we'll wait the 5 days to get my guy back on track. We'll fill out our monthly expenses, and then we'll sort of reevaluate the position when I have either the Centurion or Spider back. I guess it'll be the Centurion first. Okay, so for weeks now, Canopian forces have been scouting territory near local government-controlled land. Previous surveys of this land show nothing of interest, and yet there they are. Whatever it is they found, we don't want them to have it. Go in there and destroy that. So or we get... this pays better overall. So hostile Canopian forces have been making increasingly bold incursions into one of the processing facilities on Detroit. This facility represents a substantial cash investment for the locals. Its destruction would be politically and financially disastrous. We need a capable mercenary company to defend the site. Payment will be remitted upon the repulsion of all hostile Canopian units. You know what? For this one, I think I'll go for a battle over defense. I'm going to be in a slightly weaker position. Now, obviously, I don't necessarily want to make Canopus all that mad with me. They are sort of my employer, but or they're bankrolling the restoration. But we're mercenaries. What do they expect? So we're taking slightly worse pay in order to have an easier time of things. Again, I forgot to upgrade everyone. We'll do that next round. I'm not too worried about this mission though, just because it's half a skull. So as long as I don't knock out a commander, I'm fine. And if we have another half skull, I'll take it, because we're still, I think I said we need 43 for the month. We got 28 from that last mission, so we are down 1,500. So I either need to sell some stuff, or to make things balance out for the month, I do need at least one more small mission. The hope here, of course, is that this is a milk run. Most of these are new missions that I haven't played before, so I'm going to... part of this is just helping me learn. Well, this will be good for heat generation. Commander, you've arrived in the region where the enemy was last detected. Move forward and clear them out. We shouldn't let any of them get away if we can help it.
This heat isn't going to help anything.
Oh, all right. That's unexpected. Tropical biome. Tropical biomes increase a unit's heat sinking ability by 10%. Thick moistures clinging to exhaust vents improves efficiency. And water, well, water because we're in it, but...
Standing by.
Okay, so first things first. Now, we don't have jump jets on the Locust. That's a small dilemma when we're sitting in the middle, when we're sitting in the water, but that's life.
That.
Got it.
Incoming bandit.
Priority will definitely be to keep Glitch in the water if I can, but it's not clear that they're going to run. Okay, apparently they are going to run into a convenient location.
Aye, aye.
So the real key here for Medusa is going to be, it'd be nice if I can get a shot off. It'd be even better if I can get some distance. So in this case, I'm going to sprint. And the idea is that you should be hard enough to hit that. All right, looks like you got some more friends. So basically, I wanted to get some visuals on what was in the area, and he still got hit. That's a flea. So this is this little guy here is one of the new heavy metal, units. Okay, so this is going to be a problem to deal with, but while we're
I hear ya.
working on it.
Uh-huh.
I shouldn't have done that right away. Okay, I'm actually curious what's going on with the PPC. So target move, target size, enemy effects. I'm not 100% sure what's going on with the enemy effects. So makeshift spore cloud. Ah, okay. So that's the location that they're through. All right. So what probably would have been smarter for me to do would be to get my other units to fire on this guy. But what I'll do is I'll take advantage of the multi-target so I can at least drop some missiles on the Wolverine. And, I don't have high hopes, but again, if you can get, if the PPC hits the flea, that's a really good day for me. So, sorry for all the rhyming. Let's see if we can get the rest of the team to be slightly more useful. So I'm pretty sure there's nothing I can do about the Wolverine, although it's possible if I jump on top of the rock. Nope. So here it seems to make as much sense as anything to stay in the water. I'm pretty sure I'm only going to be able to fire the AC, so I have a suspicion that it's still going to be a lost cause to... Oh no, I can fire everything, I just can't fire it well. Boy, it was worth it putting Medusa in harm's way for this. Alright, and I can't split my attention, but again, I'll take the shots that I can on the flea. We know it's not going to be that big of a threat to the Locust, but I do need to make sure I get the Locust out of danger after...
Firing all weapons.
Well, that was a pleasant surprise.
Let's get this done, folks.
Alright, so that miss was what we were hoping for / expecting. Now the real trick on this one is to see whether or not I can get Medusa to move in a way that still keeps him active in the fight. Oh, this is a perfect spot.
Coordinates received.
But makes him hard to hit from the Wolverine.
Engaging.
Actually, I might be wrong on that. He might still be exposed, but... What's the target demo with that? It's basically a kid's show, I think. Or, well, like... Not children, but... Okay, that was kind of what I was hoping for, save for the damage output.
Nice try.
So, next up... This is a little bit of a dilemma, right? Because in one sense, the flea is a nice light target, but the Wolverine is going to be the thing that puts the hurt on me. So,
Standing by.
I think in this case, I'll let the Shadowhawk move up and do
On the move.
what they do best. Part of that's going to be just to get rid of some of the evasion off of this thing. Actually, I think I'm going to dedicate everyone. Come on. So again, I'm not crazy about an unchecked flea, especially given that it's targeting my Locust, but I think this is the slightly better move. And in this case, see, I've got the precision strike. There's a strong temptation here to target... Yeah, I am going to target the leg, actually. Especially because if we knock this thing down, that means I get a called shot on the... with the PPC. Didn't work, but...
What can I do for you?
So if I just stand and deliver, it's a decent chance to hit. I do lose the evasion. You know what? We're going for it. There may be consequences for that, because I'm pretty sure the Wolverine's going to target the Vindicator, but... Yeah, everybody's targeting the big Vindicator.
Yep.
Alright, so Medusa can deliver a melee attack. I'll do it on the side. At least in this case, we'll have the cover. Okay, so hopefully that at least gives that something to think about, so the rest of my team can focus on this guy here. So I don't think Behemoth is close enough to be able to do a melee attack. I'm actually perfectly fine with the chance to hit here, so again we'll just stand and deliver, although I am going to try the precision strike on the leg.
Acknowledged.
I mean, unsteady's nice, but I was hoping for a little more. Well, the center's exposed, so... Obviously, there's a huge advantage as to us being in the water here. Still not enough to knock him down, though.
Okay, now it's
Interesting. Okay, he's feeling...
Yes, Commander.
Feeling the hurt. What's this flea looking like? Doesn't have a lot of... Okay, it doesn't have a lot going on for it in the back. Oh, but it's 30 structure. I'm still going for it. I don't think I'll... It would be wonderful to do a precision strike on it, but I think I kind of need that for the Wolverine, so... This thing's less useful anyway, so... Although maybe he'll try a melee attack. Oh, it has more than one large laser. That sucks.
Weapon system down.
At least it didn't take damage. Okay, let's think about where we're at target-wise. So this thing, I gotta click on you.
Good to go.
So it says right-hand side, that's in danger. And sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I get this right. Okay. Ah, clever. I don't actually have any way of attacking his weak side with this mech.
Moving out.
I can divide my attention though, but the LRM will be helpful. Or will it? Yeah, you know what? That is not worth it at all. So we'll focus down the Wolverine, and then if we take it out, we can hive off the other two. This one, I think I'll want to try Precision Strike. It's not a great chance, but it's a 26, so if basically any combination of the two hits, that should be enough to take him out. Drat.
Another hit like that and you're toast. What's up, boss? Targeting for physical attack.
Alright.
Oh,
So,
we can salvage that.
as long as we find a way of dealing with the flea, which is going to be hard to hit because it's currently in the spore, we should be good. Unfortunately, we probably won't be able to take too many jobs because we'll be repairing both of my light mechs.
All weapons committed.
Well, it did something.
Enemy mech. Critical
Mech
damage
warriors,
detected.
show them what you've got.
I'm happy you did that.
Good to go.
So this is really just me being cheeky at this point, but... It's just really fun to do melee attacks.
Engaging physical attack.
They're still not done. Oh, but the pilot's down, so...
Enemy mech destroyed.
Alright. Excellent work, Commander, though I do wonder what they were looking for.
Mission successful.
So again, we're going to be down for a little bit while we fix... I may actually have to change the priority of jobs in the mech bay just to make sure that we're able to take jobs again. But we only lost a machine gun out of that, so that could be worse, and we didn't lose any warriors. So, obviously it's tempting to try and take the flea bits, because it's entirely possible we wind up with a full flea at the end of this, but in this case I'll go for the Wolverine, because it's a bit stronger. And we have 2/3 of a flea. So this is normally around the time that I'd wrap up, but I'm going to try and go a little bit further. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do the first reclamation mission. It kind of depends on how my roster is. But I'm definitely happy to go a little bit later. Okay, we're going to need to do some mech repairs before our next contract, boss. Can't go into combat like this. See me in the mech bay when you're ready. So what we'll do here, I'll probably try prioritizing the Locust. I don't think that should be too long, but we have a surplus of machine guns, so I'm not going to complain about that. So that's a 5-day job.
On it. I'll let you know when that's done.
See, technically the Centurion should be higher than the Spider, I think. That's still a really long time to wait, though. But one way or the other, no matter what the contract is, unless it's the one where we only require like one person for the training mission. Discovered a facility where Canopian researchers have developed a new computer virus that targets control mechanisms for our mechs. We can't build an effective defense against this virus without a sample of its code to work with. We need to get one of your mechs within range of the research facility to download the virus into its systems, then extract the infected carrier mech so that we can analyze the virus. It's a tempting one. It's 17 days away, and then we've got a defense. I think what we'll do here, we'll just let the repairs run, and then we'll decide whether or not I want to do the defense mech. I am really concerned about potentially doing the. I'm concerned about doing the defense mission with my current lineup. In the morning briefing, Darius pulls out an inventory spreadsheet on the Leopard's view screen. We're running a little low on medical supplies, medipatches, trauma packs, a few other things. It isn't critical yet, but I'd feel better when I feel better when we're well stocked. Sumire frowns. Why do you keep patching up our supplies in dribs and drabs? Can't we get some kind of bulk discount and get ahead of the problem? Gods know we'll end up using them. Maybe the doctors can speed our recovery times for a while. So I think in this case we'll go for the full. We'll go for the full amount. I'm curious why some of these are grayed out. So company gains +2 medical point boost for 30 days. This is nice because it gets Decker back a little bit sooner. We do have a new Locust. Or sorry, the Locust is back, so we can consider our contracts. I think it's the same. I think we are going to do hold the line. I'm not crazy about the prospect, but it will keep us in a little bit of extra cash, and we did just spend 25 to get our med bay back. So same story as before, but I am actually finally going to go to the barracks and get some more skills down. So in this case, this is my character, so I will give him a little one of every. So at this point, I'm just kind of. I'm going to get everybody to a baseline of skill.
Mech warrior training complete.
Waiting for orders.
Training confirmed, Commander.
Orders.
Training complete.
Okay, so I still have a surplus of experience, so now I need to decide what I want people's specialties to be.
Ready for orders.
I also don't remember exactly how these special abilities work. So I remember there's only so many of these I think you can have. This is cover and guarded states. Both provide 40% damage reduction rather than 20% reduction. Cover and guarded together provide 60% damage reduction. If I were to have a second... Okay, so if I were to have a second skill, gunnery would be helpful because I've got an LRM, but I also use the Shadowhawk for more... use the Shadowhawk for more melee attacks. So I think in this case we'll put the extra point into piloting. Confirming this ability selection is permanent. You may only have 2 primary abilities and 1 specialist ability, and mech warriors cannot be retrained. Hey, no problem. Thank you very much for watching for MathMe.
Mech warrior training complete.
Okay, that's fine. I'm quite okay with this division.
Orders?
I'm kind of happy because every time it tells you like you can only have 1, I get a little nervous.
Waiting for orders.
So now that I know how this works, I basically just need to pick a... Alright, so let's read out where this is going. Gunnery determines chance to hit with ranged weaponry. Higher skill is an effective counter to evasion and environmental effects that hamper targeting. Piloting increases melee hit chance and base sprint distance. Actually, piloting seems really good for Decker in that case. Also improves the threshold of stability that triggers unsteady and increases the maximum level of evasion possible for movement. Guts improves the maximum health of mech warriors. It also reduces the penalty from weapon recoil and increases the threshold of heat that triggers overheated. And Tactics increases the effectiveness of called shot opportunities. It also reduces the penalty for indirect fire and improves the maximum range of weaponry. So I think piloting is where I want. So it's funny that Behemoth and Decker wind up going down the same path.
Training confirmed, Commander.
But in this case, it actually makes sense because I want Decker to go further distance, and I want Behemoth to be better at melee.
Good to go.
Okay, glitch. I actually think Bulwark makes a ton of sense here. Less so because of the cover and guard. Oh yeah, actually, so this is the other thing I need to consider. It's actually not just the fact that I get the it's not just the fact that I get certain bonuses and whatnot. It's the fact that I want the extra point of guts so that they can get the I want the extra point of guts so that they can get the lesser penalties for the higher threshold for overheating and all that. But that doesn't mean that's the same special ability that I want. So. This takes... Oh, it's a passive, though. Cover and guard estates both provide 40%. This is okay. The only thing that... Because this is an active one, I really want this person shooting out as much as possible. But yeah, so I can see this person sitting in...
Training complete.
I can see this person sitting in covered, raining death on people.
Ready for orders.
You don't get to pick anything. Beefeater, I've been dodging this for so long. I actually think piloting and gunnery is where I'm going to go with him as well. Piloting because he may wind up in the Centurion. Gunnery because I may want to split the attention. Just trying to decide which one would be a little bit better for the current moment.
Mech warrior training complete.
Okay, finally, Medusa. I do like the idea of another person with the sensor lock, but obviously I need to wait a while on that.
Yes, Commander.
So then the next question is, do I want to go a little bit further down the tree for
what can I do for you?
glitch? Yeah, so glitch.
Waiting for orders.
I can go further down the tree, give them better piloting, give them better tactics. Tactics actually has an argument for it because of the effectiveness of called shot. Purely because of the called shot, I will do I'll do the point into tactics. Okay, I'm actually feeling quite a bit better about those decisions. I used to hold off doing those decisions because I wasn't really sure what abilities I wanted. Good evening. Is there specific reason you play? What is this not entertaining on its own? As it happens, yes, there's a new DLC out, so I'm never gonna pass up the opportunity to do a little shilling. So Heavy Metal, the third DLC is just released. I believe if you go to Paradox Plaza, so obviously that's not the one that gives the affiliate money, but I'd rather you have a good deal rather than me just getting a little portion of the humble money. So if you don't own the base game, that is currently on sale on Paradox Plaza and possibly on Steam as well. If you're buying Heavy Metal, it obviously just came out, so you don't need to... there's no discounts for freshly released games. I guess some games do like a 10% discount. But yeah, we're playing the Heavy Metal DLC. Paradox and company were kind enough to give me a key. and we're on our second sort of session of playing the new DLC. The DLC kind of comes with new mechs and new missions and whatnot, so the new content's sort of more interspersed with the regular campaign play, but I never really got to go very far in the campaign on the stream last time I played this, so I'm having a good time with it. All right, so this one we need to hold the line. We're going for defense. I'm going to try and make Medusa run around and get some sensor locks on people rather than trying to get him to shoot at people, but 1.8 patch really made this game much nicer. Heavy metal is also well worth a $20. That's actually good to know, Alien Pickle, because the challenge I have is I've been a little careful on recommending the DLC because I had not really played through Flashpoint and Urban Warfare. I own them. Those ones I bought on my own. It's only heavy metal that Paradox gave me. So I've been really reluctant to talk about what's new content unless I knew for sure that it was part of the DLC. And obviously it kind of folds into the game. The one thing that I think I've been underselling about this is the fact that they gave formal support for mods. Obviously there were some other, like there had been mods for this game already, but now mods are fully part of the 1.8. So, but I'm really happy to hear that people like this. I actually saw an interview with, I think it's pronounced Mitch Geidelman. Anyways, one of the leads on this. And I never knew how well Battletech did, but apparently the game did sell quite well. I have no idea if that means there's DLC after Heavy Metal. I don't think that's there's an official word on that, but I'm certainly happy to be playing it as it is. All right, Commander, we've been tasked with defending this installation. We have scattered reports of incoming hostiles from multiple directions. They'll be targeting the structures. Intercept them before they bring any down. Good luck. So yeah, the big dilemma on this one is I have no idea where the bad guys are going to be coming from. But in this case here, I'm going to be trying to take advantage of Medusa's speed to minimize the damage that he takes, and I'm going to be trying to get as many of the sensor locks as I can. Alright, so we've already got enemy contact. I'll definitely send Behemoth out for the engagement. As for the rest, well, at least get everybody into position for shooting. But I want to be careful that I don't commit too far on the left-hand side, just to, on the chance that we got some bad guys that come on this end. Alright, I think I can live with a commando.
Yeah.
So again, I don't want to get too aggressive with my movement, but I am going to move. What I want to do is move far enough that I get the advantage of sort of my... this is a tough call. I want to nullify this guy's movement advantage with a sensor lock. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to be a little scaredy cat. I'm going to do a regular movement around the side, and then I'll just sensor lock here. 15 new missions, 20-ish new Flashpoint mini campaigns. New mechs are great. They give you the assassin free after your first mission. Oh, really? I don't think I saw the assassin. Oh no! This isn't Decker! I'm an idiot! Alright. All of those plans.
Yes, Commander.
Alright. I feel very foolish now.
On the move.
So I'll let the Shadowhawk close the distance. Everybody else I'm keeping on that hill just in case nasty stuff happens. Again, I feel like a complete clown. So again, these are low chances, but this is really just about knocking down evasion points, and the stuff that has ammo I can afford to lose.
Negative damage. Repeat.
I'll work
Negative
with.
damage.
Alright, have a good one, Ego Karen. I hope you get some sleep. It sounds like you've had a very late day. This one I'm okay sort of alpha striking, but well, we got a little something done.
What can I do for you?
Again, this is a bit of a clown show, because I thought I had sensor lock that I didn't.
you, you'll take. Let's go, let's go, let's
I'm
go.
gonna guess that I'm not gonna be able to get into range to punch this guy, but we'll see. Well, it looks like he's taking an action, so I'm okay with that. Now, one of the things that's a worry about this is that if he's got friends in the back there, I don't want to just turn around and hit him. I want to make sure that I
Confirm.
I want to make sure that my Shadowhawk's in a decent enough place after the fact. But first things first, I want Medusa to feel like he's doing something.
Firing.
He did the least possible.
Good to go.
Alright, actually it turns out that I do have to turn my back no matter what, but hopefully this will seal the deal.
Locked on for physical attack. Hostile removed.
I've got eyes on hostile reinforcements. They're heading your way.
So I only have 7 more turns, but we don't have any indication on where these guys are coming from. So I don't mind using the Shadowhawk as a bit of a scout in this case. I'm going to get Medusa to head out in this direction. I am, however, going to leave Beefeater and Glitch on the... so I'm going to leave these two on the mountain until we know where the bad guys are coming from. I'm obviously a little more okay having Medusa be way out of the way. The Shadowhawk's going to be difficult to bring home.
What do you need?
I think in this case I feel a little more comfortable with the cover. Battletech. Oh, that's really interesting that you see me as doing more puzzle type games. Like, I wouldn't necessarily consider... Oh, damn it. How... That doesn't make any sense. How did they get there? Well, there goes my perfect record. This is a weird place to have the bad guys show up from. Like, where did we... Well, I guess we dropped in, but... This is definitely going to be a challenge to recover from.
Affirmative.
But yeah, no, I'd say I definitely do a lot of strategy stuff. So it's so interesting to hear people say that I'm a puzzle streamer. Like I really like Zachtronics kind of stuff, but I haven't really done that on stream. So at this point, I'm basically doing whatever move I can to try and put some hurt on these guys. That's a locust. Well, we'll do our best. Oh, thank you very much, whoever bought something through that Humble link. I really appreciate that.
Waiting for orders.
I don't think it gives individual credit, but if you want to take the credit, feel free to shout it out from the rooftops. Okay, so it does look like I have some possibilities here. Again, I'm not crazy about doing a jump jet when I'm going to be firing everything, but desperate times and all that. You did. You love the games and you suck at it. Excellent. Well, I'm glad you picked it up. Again, I'm not going to say that, you know, I don't want people using that link. Clearly I do. But one of the really satisfying things about doing this is when, you know what, I think I am going to do a precision strike on this. So the money is nice, but I think the really great thing about this is one of the most rewarding parts of the streaming thing is when I play a game and people either connect with something that they love or they pick up something they wouldn't have otherwise. Because again, it's nice to play the games. It's especially nice when I get something like a key to cover a game like this. I'm not gonna, you know, it's I guess it's a nice perk for lack of a better term. But it's very rare that you get the feedback of somebody actually picking something up or behaving differently as a result of a stream. So it's really nice when people do use stuff like that, because it's the most it is the most rewarding part of it.
One of our structures has been eliminated.
So we'll get less pay, but 4 need to survive, so we're okay. You wanted the game, so why not use the link? And I'm learning from you now. Well, that's great to hear, Warwick. I'll put it to you this way, too. My usual casting style isn't, like, I definitely am not good for tutorials or anything like that. I'm pretty useless at games, but I do like giving voice to my thought process. So if you have any questions or you want to know why I've done certain actions, definitely speak up, and I will do my best to kind of give my reasoning for what I'm doing. In this case here, I'm doing, because he's knocked down, I'm going to do a called shot. You can leg a mech, or you can go for the center, or so either one of these things are going to kill it. As it happens, the center has less structure, and it's also a higher probability of hitting. So in this case here, we can probably take this guy down. He's also my only target. So in this case, the rest of the team is going to be getting in closer and dealing with the guys here. Okay, so I'm probably going to need to wind... Oh, no. I thought I was going to need to use my jump jets, but in this case, we're able to get somebody in my sights right away. It'd be nice if I could get in the spores for the extra cover, but at this point I want to take out what I can. The chance to hit is not great, but I think at this point I am going to try and do a precision strike for the center. You know what? It's a small chance, but if I can take this thing's head off.
All weapons committed.
Better than nothing.
I hear ya. Don't need to tell me.
In this case, I'll let Glitch just do a standard attack here.
Time to die.
So it wasn't enough to take him out, but I'm going to assume that he's going to be a pretty easy target when all is said and done. Oh, nice, and that's a commando too. So the commando is much less of a threat to us. So in this case, I think I'm going to take the Locust and fire on the... I'm going to fire on the weaker target, in this case, the Javelin. It's 33 left. Not really going to be able to seal the deal on him, so I'd love to do a... Well, you know what? I've got the extra resolve, so I think I am going to do the precision strike, even though it really is not going to make all the difference. We definitely did not hit that. Okay, so spore fields slow all units moving through them. Units standing in spore fields suffer an additional 20% damage when hit due to the spore's corrosive effects, plus 4 difficulty to hit units passing through spore clouds. Okay, so basically I want to walk through it, but I don't want to stay in it, it looks like. So I'm still going to be closing the distance on these guys, but I am going to focus down the Javelin. And I am going to do a precision. See, this is a tough call. In this case, I'm going to do a precision strike rather than a called shot, than splitting the attention. That's because we should be able to take this guy out. I also don't need to use all the weapons, but it's never guaranteed that we'll actually take out the center, so...
Enemy mech destroyed.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Okay, no, that makes sense to me, Ed Baver. I actually was a Kickstarter backer on this game back when they were doing that. So part of that's because I have played the Battletech tabletop game, and Harebrained Schemes has actually done a lot of games that I really enjoy. So they did the Shadowrun adaptations, and as I said a little bit earlier, they made Crimson Steam Pirates, which was the first game I ever played on a tablet. So it's definitely a company that I think is worth supporting. And then obviously when they were acquired by Paradox, it was like, oh well, you know, 2 of my favorite things combined. Do I want... You know, I have the resolve left. It's going to put me in a little bit of a difficult spot. Oh, wow, that's a really low chance to hit, actually. Still doing it. If there are more reinforcements, that's going to be a bit of a tricky situation, but...
Waiting for orders.
Not sure I exactly want this thing to be able to... Actually, you know what? It can still probably do a melee attack for me on here, but... That's really... No... Okay, there's no possibility that this is gonna... Actually, let me... Yeah, you know what? We're just gonna do we're gonna do a good old-fashioned attack, not a called shot.
Roger.
So he might try a melee attack. That would be a reasonably smart one because it puts him in a slightly better position for cover. Nope, he's going after my blackjack. Now, the blackjack is overheating right now, so there may not be that much I can do with him. So let's start with Beefeater. Okay, he can do a physical attack, so let's get that out of the way. I question this camera angle. Alright, so this is basically a stick on legs now. So let's try and find the best way to put this thing out of its misery.
On my way.
Yeah, so I think, Ed Baver, I'm sorry for those of you who keep hearing me say the same thing over and over again, but it bears repeating for Battletech. But one of the things that's really nice about this, some of the people who worked on the original FASA proper, well, people who founded FASA work at Harebrained Schemes. And so what's nice about this adaptation of it, the MechWarrior games are fine. They're a lot of fun to play. But I think what's really interesting about this strategy game is that they have, like, they took the time to tell a Battletech style story. So, like, if you liked reading the Battletech novels, or if you read the source books, I think, like, there's a wiki that will basically summarize, maybe not the newest ones, but, you know, if you want to sort of fill in the gaps from maybe the last time you've played the tabletop game, you can sort of see what's happened in terms of this world. And it makes for reasonably compelling reading. I mean, it's sort of like... Obviously, Warhammer 40k is sort of the environment to beat. I think a lot of people really get into that. But I think Battletech is very comparable. And I think this game does a really good job of keeping enough of sort of the world of Battletech in the back of mind while you're playing it. Again, it's just nice to have a motivation for all of these moves here. Because Battletech's really fun as a turn-based game. You can just play skirmish mode all the time. But it does, I think it does do enough to sort of motivate why you're running around as a mercenary company to give it just this nice little extra touch. All right, Commander, the area has been clear. Darius has given me the green light to land immediately. Hold position.
Mission successful.
So, of course, the big disappointment here was that I thought a very reasonable assumption that the enemy couldn't be coming from where we entered, but clearly that was not justifiable. And for want of, for want of that one extra turn, we didn't get the full contract. But still, 10% bonus. We get paid, and then we get a bonus on top of that because we destroyed the enemy vanguard. So even then, we're still ahead of the game. I think we are in a surplus for the month. I actually stopped keeping track of this, but it's still just a little annoying that we lost the one building. Well done, Commander. We obviously placed our faith in the right mercenary company. We'll let you know if we have any other work for you. So the important thing here is that none of the mechs took damage, and none of my mech warriors are injured. So, what do I want for booty? Can basically get a new commando. Of course, there's the chance that I get that on its own. I think I wanted some SRMs at some point. You know what? In this case, I'll take the commando parts, and we'll see what other salvage comes in. All right, I can live with these. We missed out on large laser and some jump jets. Nothing too critical. So the question is, what contracts do I have available? If there's something, the ideal one would be a simple contract that will take me to the point that the Centurion gets built. And the worst case scenario is we have some more difficult ones. The large laser mounted by most 1B models is nothing to sniff at, but it lacks the close-up impact of the SRMs it replaces. Best to keep these units at range for flanking and spotting. I might actually replace the Locust in this case. So this Locust has got a couple machine gun. Yeah, you know what? This Commando is a more appealing. It's got SRM2 in the middle, large laser in the right arm. Yep, I can work with these. It doesn't have jump jets, but between the Locust I'm running with right now and the Commando, I prefer this. I think I prefer this loadout. I actually probably should have paid attention to its speed. Also, there's an important thing that I didn't do with the Centurion because I built this. Oh, but it's task in progress. I gotta worry about the patterns. Alright, we'll worry about that later then. So the Centurion, done in 29, Decker's back in 33, and financial report comes up in 13 days. So,
Hey, Commander, pull up a chair.
More importantly, what are we looking at for missions? So, to go to Weldry, that'll take 32 days, I think. So we need one extra day to get Decker online. Carrier. This is a recovery. We've discovered a facility where Canopian researchers have developed a new computer via. This is a battle. We are getting a number of reports. But see, this is basically as good as First Strike. So I think in this case we'll travel to it. Even putting jump jets on their mechs? I mean, it's really helpful for making the targets hard to hit. So the plan here is going to be we'll head to the mission. We will wait the day to get Decker back in the team. We'll make sure that everybody's ready to go in the barracks, and I think in this case we'll go with a heavier loadout. I think in this case I'm going to upgrade Decker to a tougher machine. I don't know. We'll see what the mission looks like.
Ready to go over financials whenever you are.
All right. So obviously this is going to be an expensive month because we're not working contracts. We did earn enough to cover our operating expenses, and in this case we're still going to go for extravagant. Costs have gone up, I'm assuming, because my crew is a little bit more skilled. While I'm at it, let's just look at my Mech Warriors. Again, this is a nice little touch here. I'm pretty sure this is a character sheet from the Mech Warrior role-playing game. Okay, so...
Receiving you.
Commander?
What can I do?
We didn't get enough experience. Oh, no, Medusa's got enough. All right, actually, this is a tough call now. So I think I did say I was going to make Medusa my other...
Mech Warrior training complete.
My other sensor lock. Decker's still a better Mech Warrior pilot than Medusa, but not that much better anymore. All right. So again, we're on our way to the mission here. Again, I really like the visuals for this game. I think the only thing that would be a little bit nicer would be, so it's fun to watch this, but I'm assuming that for people who just want to watch the gameplay, you know, this can be a little bit of tedium. And I think one thing that might have improved this would be if you can do those dialogue bits while the timer runs by. Like if you're in between, like, so if you think about it, right? If you're in between missions and you're on the ship on the way to a particular task, this would be the time that the crew's kind of getting to know each other. So it sort of would make sense if you're able to kind of go to the side here, and I was able to do the Surmai dialogue options, right? It's a little bit better than just sort of watching this thing float along. But you know, it's not the end of the world that I can't do that. We've arrived at Weldry Commander, ready to proceed with our current contract. Tempting, but I think in this case I'm going to let Decker heal up. We'll go with the full team. So Spider's still getting repaired. First strike in orbit, Weldry. Weldry, one of the notorious hellholes of the Oregon Reach. Everything about this place is hostile to human life, and for the past 3 years, Espinoza has used it as a dumping ground for his political enemies. The Directorate has a prison complex on the planet's surface. The inmate call it the Icebox. The image of an imposing structure appears on your view screen. It has the solid, heavy walls that you've come to associate with Taurian architecture. It's a holding facility for political prisoners, including high-value hostages, members of the founding families, spouses, sons, and daughters. If we liberate the prison and set them free, we break Espinoza's leverage over the founding houses. The political map will change overnight. We don't know what the Directorate has been doing to our people in there, but we have to set them free, and not just for political gain, but because they're our people, and we need your help to do it. You need to know what I'm about to send my lance into. What makes Weldry so inhospitable? Everything, from the sub-zero climate to the inedible vegetation. The whole planet is infested with blood-sucking insects. The swarms can stretch for miles. You're shitting me. I'm afraid not. They're called Branson's mosquitoes. Imagine a colonial biting fly the size of your thumb. They serve as carriers for harmful bacteria. And you're dropping infantry in there? On purpose. The army will be safe. Population centers like the Icebox use ultrasonics to keep the swarms at bay. But I thank you for your concern, Mr. Virtanen. Are the founding lords and ladies supposed to be powerless figureheads? There are different kinds of power, Beefeater. The founding houses may be anemic in terms of martial strength, but their wards still carry weight in the Oregon Reach. If they rally behind us, the people who love them will follow. Governments have been toppled with less. My uncle has hardline supporters everywhere, but their ranks have swelled in the absence of strong opposition. But the remaining members of the founding council will rally their people against the Directorate if given the choice. By freeing Weldry, we give them that chance. You've got an army. What do you need us for? Subtle, decisive action. I will lead the army in an all-out assault on the Directorate's primary spaceport. After I've drawn their attention, you will sneak in, attack the Icebox, and liberate it. We'll set my uncle's hostages free and put the founding families in our debt, all in one fell swoop. Understood. My lance is ready to drop. I'll remain in radio contact with you after we hit the ground. Good hunting, Beefeater. My uncle's troops, give my uncle's troops the hell that they've earned. After the Directorate presence on the planets has been crushed and the Icebox has been liberated, we'll regroup to celebrate our victory. Okay, so, let's put the Centurion in. So I think... let's say... Behemoth gets the Ooh, this is a tougher call, actually. Who's my best pilot? Guess that's Decker. Oh, God, that's actually going to make it harder now. So this is all assault. But you know what? I'm sticking with it. Because I have a feeling that I just don't think the command... We're going after a fortified location. Like, scouts are nice and all, but I think at this point, the firepower's there, and again the piloting's up, so he's going to be able to deliver some hard hits. Alright, fight your way to the Icebox prison camp, destroy all Directorate forces, liberate the Icebox from Directorate control. This is it, our first strike against my uncle's Directorate, our first step towards justice. While I lead the Restoration Army against Weldry's primary spaceport, you will launch a sneak attack against the Icebox and liberate it. I know that you can do this, Beefeater. We can do this together. Hard to believe we're going to war against the Directorate. I don't know about you, but from my perspective it's long overdue. Make them pay for what they took from us. Make it hurt.
Command interface initiated.
There are 2 entrances to the complex, Commander. Intel says that each is defended by a series of elevated turrets. I'm also seeing an LRM emplacement between the 2 checkpoints. Battletech defenses should be practically nil, as predicted. Lady Arano's preemptive strike has already drawn the prison's standard garrison away. I'm seeing heavy vehicles with turrets on my screen. Nothing you can't handle. Clear the opposition and capture the prison. Lady Arano and the Restoration Army will take care of the rest. Good hunting, Commander. Okay, so Decker's obviously not the primary... Oh, interesting.
Orders?
Decker's not really the primary scout anymore, and one of the challenges I have with him at the moment is the fact that he's not able to... He's not really able to fly. I forgot to put jump jets on this thing. I'm pretty sure this thing had jump jets before. Alright, well.
Roger that.
Okay, so these are going to be my screeners, and then I think at this point I'm going to take the...
You betcha.
I'm going to take these 2 up. They'll take out the turret generators, and they'll stay on the mountain to cause some trouble.
What can I do for you? Ready, set. Reporting. Enemy contact.
Engaging jump jets.
So again, the hope is we don't need to worry too much about these turrets. I am, however, going to make sure that people are in cover.
Aye, aye.
So there's going to be a pretty heavy physical component to this, but it doesn't mean that I can afford to be careless with my units. Okay, so first things first, let's get rid of the turret generator. We need to do 100 damage. In this case, I mean, it's 15% chance of a miss, but in this case, this should be enough.
Target building destroyed.
I suppose the good news is that it's...
The Warden. We have an intruder alert. All combat units, prepare to repel hostile.
I suppose the good news here is that it's cold out, so we increase heat sinks by 15%. I'm pretty sure I gotta use everything to take this thing out, so...
Vessel delivery.
It still wasn't enough. That's a shame.
Good to go.
Now this is an interesting question, whether or not I really want to go this far into the fight or not. There may be an advantage to holding back. I think in this case, I'm just going to stick with a long-range attack on the... Oh, can I really not? I at least want to try and take out whatever support they have.
Firing on target. it down,
Commander?
I think in this case I'm actually happy to keep them in reserve.
Waiting for the right move.
So again, we'll see what they do here. They shouldn't be able to attack any of my guys. I don't think we're going to be able to do anything too... I don't think we're going to be able to do anything too drastic against them, but as long as I can move my guys from cover to cover... it's only one AC2 shot. It's better than nothing, I guess.
Locked on target.
Again, that should have been a better AC, but...
They've got a lock on.
Ah. So I do need to keep sensor locks in mind. Okay, so here's how I'm going to handle... So it's kind of a priority to get in range of these things. But I also want to contribute to the fight. So in this case, we'll push ahead. Does potentially mean that the Blackjack is going to be getting some damage, but again, one of the better methods of damage mitigation is to take out an opponent. So it's an equal chance to hit on both of them. I think I'm a little more scared of a striker though, so we will fire off the two ACs. One of them hit. I think in this case I'll let Glitch get the next move.
I hear ya.
So again, it'd be nice if I can prioritize these turrets, and I don't know if it's because they're not in range or if because I don't have eyes on them. But again, we'll take out what we can. The nice thing is that my characters who are best positioned to give me some eyes on the area are going to be moving in, and they're going to have cover to be able to deal with these turrets. So I might even do a sprint with the Centurion if it comes down to it.
Commander.
Let's see what Decker does first. Alright, so Decker's in a little bit of a tighter spot.
Acknowledged.
I didn't realize there were two vehicles here, so instead I'm going to focus down the Scorpion. I also kind of want to see how this thing operates with
Engaging target.
all the weapons. Okay.
Reporting. Enemy vehicle
I'm mostly interested to see whether or not I've overstocked or understocked on certain weapon types. Or sorry, certain ammo types. So in this case I also haven't used the sensors just because there's no huge need for it yet. Those prison gates on either side are going to be our best point of entry into the complex. Kite, you handsome devil, thank you very much for that. Let me give you a quick shout out too, because for those of you who don't know, so first of all, Kite's resub message, reroute all excess power to the main laser. I want that enemy hostile unit terminated so that we can call in a quick evac. Explosion sound. What's our sit rep? Kite was just streaming Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, which I preloaded and still have not played yet. Kite is an incredible streamer, really friendly guy, probably one of the most friendly people I know on Twitch. Also seems to be going like across the country to help people. So definitely somebody who's worth checking out. I had a lot of fun watching him. I'm actually a little late in streaming, one because of my login problems, and number two because I was watching his stream. But he's a great guy. I'm always happy to see him. And Kite, we are Lady Orano is alive, and we are helping her reclaim her throne. So you came just in time. So those prison gates on either side are going to be our best point of entry into the complex. Blow them down and make your way inside, or jump the walls if your lance is capable of it. Your call. Alright, so Kite, I am now redirecting all power to the lasers so that I can take out this bulldog just for you. Although I don't fancy the LRM's chance of doing anything.
Firing all weapons.
So again, I expect these turrets to do some damage to me, but my two main guys are in cover. So I don't expect all that heavy of or is the explosion? The explosion from Kite's message, or the explosion in the game?
They've got a sensor lock on me.
So again, these things aren't immortal, but I have set them up with bulwarks, so they're in a position to draw fire. But the whole point of these guys making these moves is so that my main force can come in and take out these turrets. So this is the point where Beefeater and crew needs to actually start delivering. I'm really surprised we're not able to target these generators here. So my second best is going to be targeting the bulldog. But we really do need to start working on these things.
All weapons committed.
Structure exposed, but not quite enough. Yeah, that was a little heavier than I wanted it to be, but... Fire all the lasers and then nothing. Story of my life. So we can start doing some targeted attacks. The catch is that there's really not a huge advantage to doing so yet.
Good to go.
So there is a side of me that wants to... Okay, so... I'm going to be really careful on my placement here. I do still want to make sure I'm behind some trees. We're going to start bringing the pain on the generators here.
Tell me what to shoot.
Yikes! That's not a lot of damage, but at least the things are in sight now. And again, this is going to be a priority for just about every move that I do. Although I suppose in this particular case, being able to damage one of the tanks is consolation enough. Oh wow, I can't reach that bulldog? That's a shame. Alright. Scorpion it is.
Engaging.
That was poorly considered on my part. I will stomp the bulldog, but I'll make sure I'm in cover when I stomp the bulldog. This may not be enough to kill it though.
Targeting for physical attack.
My only fault, or my only mistake, was doubting myself.
Reporting vehicle destroyed.
So again, the important thing here is that this is the breach the gates part. I'm trying to make sure I don't get too much damage. Like, the thing is that if you put everything into breaching the gates, you're gonna get shredded as soon as you come in and deal with the real defenses. So, once the vehicles are dealt with, the priority is the generator. Because as soon as the generator's down, I don't need to worry about this turret damage.
Waiting for orders.
So in the case of Behemoth, the best option is one. So again, I'm not going to get the benefit of evasion, but I am going to get a straight line to one of the generators.
Taking the shot.
Oh, that's so upsetting that wasn't. Okay, so question number 1, can I? Yes, I can. So, multi-target. Oh, but I gotta get closer if I want to do real damage. That's fine. I mean, I'm just gonna use a laser. This is why I have multi-target on some of my guys. All right, so I can't fire all the lasers. In fact, I can't even fire most of the lasers. Unfortunately, I don't remember which is which. Okay. Oh, Christ almighty. Okay. Let's just back out of this altogether. A, B. I did the wrong order. I was managing my heat and then I screwed myself. All right.
Waiting for orders.
So I can put out. Nah, I can put out enough to take out a full one. So. Or no, I can't. I put out 70 damage in total. So. This will do the job nicely. So next round we're able to take these out.
Ready for orders.
So now the real question is whether or not Decker's going to be able to do any meaningful damage to my priority targets. And sadly, he cannot. So in this case, I'm just going to do a sprint, which will put me in range of the... Yeah, I'll just go up the road.
Double time. Let's go.
So this means probably my main, like my gunners are gonna get it from the turrets and the vehicles, but that's gonna be one more round of. Yeah, I mean, he used his jump jets. That's. Well, actually, that's some fairly heavy armor damage he's been taking. I may want to pull him back for a little bit. Okay, so
Ready for order.
at this point I want to make sure that I'm working with people who... So, like, the only thing that the Shadowhawk's really going to be able to do against against the vehicles are lob missiles. So at this point, I just want to drop as much as I can on the turret generator, even if it means wasting ammo.
Target confirmed.
So now we can prioritize this one. I have a feeling that Beefeater's probably not going to be able to do too much about that, just because of the situation he finds himself in. Mind you, also all the damage that would be done against him has kind of been done, so... I mean, I don't get any points for moving if I just move to this area here, so... Let's pretend I didn't want to move, and instead I just open fire on the turret generator. Alright, so I still burn up if I go. Okay, so... This will still be enough to take out that generator if everything hits. Of course, everything did not hit. So I guess Decker, instead of doing something useful like sprinting or killing vehicles,
Heading out.
will clean up where my my comrades didn't. Hey, Cool Eagle, thank you very much for that host. How are your people doing? In this case, I figure it's 285% chance to hit on something that's got 25 strength. How you doing, Cleano Dev? For those of you who don't know him, sorry to kill the music, the Cool Eagle is a much more experienced Battletech streamer. In fact, I'm assuming that most of you who are watching me probably already know that he does this stuff. But for those of you that don't know, Cool Eagle is a Battletech streamer, does a good job of entertaining his audience in a way that I do not, and all around a stand-up guy. All right, let's see if I can take advantage of multi-target. Oh, God! Okay. So we alpha striked instead of multi-targeted.
I feel bad about shooting the little guys.
You should. He's a well-aged streamer, one might say. Okay, so my priority, of course, is to stomp on this guy, but I don't think anybody's close enough to be able to deliver. So in this case, I'm going to move Beefeater back just because he's been taking a bit of damage. Actually, you know what? That's coward talk. Nope, actually, I'm moving him back because he needs some cooldown time. He needs some cooldown time super close to that tank, though.
Standing by. Position confirmed.
All right. Let her rip, Decker. We've got more than enough ammo. Yeah, we really didn't need to shoot all of that.
Vehicle trashed.
I hear ya.
Oh, really? I was going to put glitch in the spider. I just hit the wrong button. I thought that was the optimal strategy. Alright, so at this point we're just blowing up gates. Although I might want to use energy weapons for that.
Receiving you. Heading out.
What are you talking about? I always take care of the pilot in this. I pay the most attention to the spider. So I might want to properly form my company. Like I might want to make sure that Behemoth and Decker are like taking point, and that Glitch and Beefeater are on the sort of bringing up the rear, seeing as they're the gun people. I suppose actually probably jumping the guys up to the walls might make the most sense. Yeah, actually, in this case... Well, you know what? These walls don't inspire me. We'll just charge right in.
On my way.
Location confirmed.
Excellent work, Commander. The prison is ours. All Directorate personnel to action stations. God damn it, this is not a drill! Looks like you've got more company. I'm sensing heat signatures coming in online from the prison mech bay. Warden must have had a lance in reserve.
Sit tight, Commander. Lady Arano is aware of the situation. Reinforcements are on the way.
There's not a lot of cover here. But let's see if we can focus down what we can. Actually, that's quite a few of them. So I think this might be the point where I start using Decker for things like sensor locks.
Holding firm.
Okay, before I go any further, I'm probably gonna suck at this. And obviously my main force is not anywhere near where they need to be right now. So as much as I want sort of Behemoth to be my, you know, my rock, it doesn't mean that they can just sit there and take damage all day. So that Jenner doesn't have any evasion right now, so I am going to close the gap and open up on him. Or maybe I don't. Oh, Jagermech. I hate that I'm doing this, but I'm going to do a precision on the Jenner just because it's going to be the one time that I catch it still. I mean, it was worth a shot, right? So everything else has to focus on the Jagermech, though, because that thing's going to rip me apart.
Receiving you.
So again, the Jenner's a sitting duck on this one, so I am gonna... Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna... Nope, I'm gonna still precision strike it. Next round, though, I think I'm gonna need to... I'm gonna have to make some hard decisions in terms of what I want.
Fight harder, damn you! We can't let this prison fall!
Okay, I am totally fine with them stripping some armor off the Centurion. Alright, so it looks like I do get some pot shots on the their own Centurion. The bigger question, though, is whether or not Glitch is going to be able to... Okay, Glitch is also going to be able to work on that. Oh no, it's just missile shots. Okay, I'll move Glitch first just because she's... she has a little bit more range. It's a tough call whether or not I want to... I think I'm done with precision strikes for now, so we'll do what we can on the Centurion. I would prefer to take the Jagermech, obviously, but I gotta deal with the reality of the situation I find myself in. I know those medium lasers aren't going to fire. I run into bad situations where I forget to re-enable them. All right, I am hoping this Jagermech does not cause me too much pain. It is going to cause me a lot of pain. For the Oregon people!
Ready for orders.
I feel your pain, but I'm so happy it's you who has to deal with that, not me. Cool Eagle. Alright, so neither of these people really have... Or, no. Okay.
Heading out.
I somewhat question my decision making on this. Something says I should probably be doing a sensor lock to help out with the Jagermech here. I am, however, going to open fire with everything. I just think the ability to deliver, kind of deliver everything is a bit too much to lose to get one. Oh God, yeah. I was originally going to go for the Centurion, but that that was not necessary. The one worry I have is that whatever missile boat is going to be running. Yeah, the Shadowhawk's taking a little too much damage. I'm a little worried the missile boat's gonna hurt the Shadowhawk. So we'll get Beefeater in closer. We'll do what we can to hit the Jägermech in a spot, uncomfortable spot. That's a lot of structure that's left on that thing. Well, I have enough for everything, so precision strike time. Something's going internal, I just don't think it's in the center. So the question that I have now is whether or not I want to pull the Shadowhawk back or whether or not I want to try and close the distance and use it for melee. I don't really see any place where she can run, so I think I'm going to try and move in for some melee, but this could potentially really hurt.
Receiving you. Position confirmed. Gauging.
It was a decent hit, but still not enough to finish the job. Okay, so if she just stands on her own and delivers on the Jaeger, well, its center's hurt. I think I'm going to do the move, though, just so I can bring all the weapons to bear. Although that might mess up my PPC. Nope, we're still good. So again, precision strike on the center. If we can make this happen, that's a big win. Not quite enough. Interesting. Okay, well at least we scared it enough.
Yes, Commander.
So for... Okay, so... Yikes, it's my center that's really fragile. I really want to do the melee attack. I'm just trying to find... Guess it doesn't really matter which side. If they get me in the center, I'm toast.
Reporting.
Now here's... we just need to hope that she survives long enough to... Well, at least we don't need to worry about the attacks. Okay, I'm okay with them directing attention to the fresher mechs. So,
good to go.
Man, I'm never gonna get to do a... I really wanted to do like a melee attack with this thing. So in this case, I'm gonna cool down a little bit. It's also to get a slightly better angle on the Centurion here, so... Precision... It's overkill to do everything, but that's why I went in the water.
Tango down.
Alright, so as long as Behemoth survives the missile boat and whatever the Jägermech has in mind... Well, that's some internal damage, but not enough to finish the job.
Internal structure damage. Good to go.
The nice news, of course, is that my sort of my main attackers are available. Unfortunately, my line of sight sucks. Well, it's still behind cover, but at least it's in water.
Time to fly.
That is definitely not what I want to attack. Alright, I mean, There's a few ways that this thing can end. Unfortunately, I don't get to direct any of it, so let's just cross our fingers. Well, they'll still be knocked over, so we get a called shot on him next time.
Critical hit.
Achievement unlocked, I'm invincible. Oh, that is a shame. Alright, so Beefeater's not able to deliver the coup de grace. We can, however, sprint in so that we can start ruining the missile boat's day. Come on, the building is dangerous. You know what? That building probably has been used by the nefarious people running this prison, so... You know what? This is one case where if he doesn't attack on the rear armor, I'd actually be okay with that. Oh no, he's going after Kamea. Oh no, Centurion. Alright. That's brave of him.
Waiting for orders.
Still no melee. So, realistically, Behemoth should be coming in and dealing with the missile boat. I just don't want to send somebody with 45, structural health left. So we can go for a 52 leg or a 12 center.
Copy that.
Look him in the eye.
Locked on for physical attack. Let's hit him hard.
So the hope here is that the missile boat's not going to be able to do anything to Behemoth. If they can, we're in serious trouble. Running away, eh?
Orders.
All right.
Moving out. Sensors locked on.
What can I do for you?
All right. Don't think there's really that much I'm going to be able to do here other than launch missiles at him. I will do a jump just so I can at least clear a little more distance. But
no sweat.
I think at this point it's just a formality. I'm going to assume that this would have gone quite a bit differently if I put Decker in the Spider. I don't think I'm going to be able to... Oh, I am. All right, as much as I would love to death from above, it's a little spicy for me. Let's be a hero. Come on, you can do the headshot.
It's go time.
All right, well, what are we looking at damage-wise? Sure, we'll do melee. There. Yeah, no, melee's fun.
Engaging physical attack.
Well, it's fun when you aren't staring at concrete.
Good to go.
So I think Glitch is really the only person who's going to... Or no, that's not true. Behemoth is going to be able to do damage as well. But I might as well get the missiles out of the way.
Ready for orders.
Yeah, again, going for profiles and courage in this case. By the way, Cool Eagle, how do you feel about my my colors? I put special effort into them.
That hit something good.
I mean, you can't expect the LRM5s to do a whole lot, but I'm starting to feel the effects of taking a few turns to get this thing done. Better go to bed, 7 a.m. Thanks for the stream. It has been fun. I'm going to be finishing right after this Warring, so I don't think you're going to be missing too much. But thank you very much for stopping by. I hope you enjoy Battletech, and have a... That's going to be some more repairing. Spectrum Prodigy, thank you very much for the follow as well. Let me know how it goes. Again, I cannot resist the urge to melee.
Engaging physical attack.
Every once in a while, I assume there's going to be a kick to the nuts that really... You lurk on me. Okay. Well, now you have a reason to chat a bit more. I love lurkers because they make my concurrent views go up, but never feel afraid to chat. The prisoner's ours. Thanks for the assist, Lady Arano. I'll have Sir Mai bring us down for the victory celebration. There'll be no celebrating, not after what I saw out there. God, Darius, the things the Directorate has done to these people. Kamea, I need you to meet me in the prison hospital right now. What is it? Better that you see for yourself. And Kamea, prepare yourself. This isn't going to be easy.
Mission successful.
Excellent work, Commander. I was right to put my faith in you. You're a critical part of the restoration effort. So we're definitely covered for our costs. Oregon Directorate already hates us, so we're fine. The Urano Restoration already likes us, so we're fine there. And we obviously achieved all of the objectives. So Shadowhawk and Blackjack are going to be going in for repairs, but we didn't lose any critical components, and nobody got injured. Also, some pretty good XP, so we'll be able to move up. Shamefully, Beefeater did not kill anything, but he did take out a bunch of turret generators. So it was actually Decker that was MVP here. Two mechs. Okay, so might as well finish off our generator. Actually, you know what? I really want like new autocannons and stuff like that. Actually, the SRM will be nice as well. Do you want the autocannon or the SRM more? I want one of each. So, this is just because the Centurion I made was kind of whatever bits I could find. There's a chance that we don't get the Trebuchet, but I get the Jenner so that I can finish it off. The Jagermech was actually something that terrifies me, and it lines up well. It sort of seems to be a bit of an upgrade from my my Blackjack, so I'm kind of okay with this loadout. Let's see what the 13 additional. So, Centurion, Jagermech, Jenner, Trebuchet, AC-5, 2 large lasers, LRM 10 and 15, machine gun, SRM 4s, SRM 6, AC-5 ammo, machine gun ammo. So, pretty much everything I would have wanted. So, and now we'll see the horrible thing that we're supposed to prepare ourselves for. That or a dialogue scene, I'm not sure.
By the time our forces found him, it was too late. I'm sorry, Kamea. He was here all this time.
Rashu.
Kamei, I'm so sorry. I know how much Mastiff meant to you. He was a friend and mentor to us both. He was more than that. The old man was like a second father to me, and my uncle condemned him to waste away on this rock, to die wretched and broken, in agony. Your cousin did this, Lady Victoria. She told him she'd make him suffer. There's no coming back from what I've witnessed today. The scale of the Directorate's cruelty is unimaginable. What they've done here is monstrous. It's inhuman. Our intel was wrong, Alexander. The icebox isn't a prison. It's a meat grinder. Gods, my own family is behind this. And what's left of mine has chosen to look the other way. It isn't an easy thing to wrap your head around, but try to remain focused. We've just liberated the Directorate's hostages. With a single blow, you've shattered your uncle's hold on the founding houses. The prisoners you've set free are already calling you the Sword of Restoration. We need to spread this message all the way to Coromadir, to galvanize your supporters and weaken Espinosa's popularity there. Galvanize your supporters. I like the sound of that. It won't be an easy process. For the last 3 years, those who love House Arano have been keeping their heads down. We won't break them of that overnight. In truth, an appreciable percentage of Coromadir's population now supports Director Espinosa. In centralizing power, he improved the quality of life on the throne world considerably, and people will forgive a great deal for security and comfort. With our victory on Weldry, we've seen what happened to those who would not be bought or indoctrinated, those who refused to kneel before a tyrant. We know what became of the people who were made to disappear, and soon enough the entire Reach will know it too. The momentum is on our side, Kamea. We need to take advantage of it. You're right. This isn't the time for hand-wringing. But Alexander, you didn't see what I saw out there, on the other end of the battlefield. The work crews all hunched and broken, the graveyards, the great fields of unmarked burial plots that stretched as far as the eye could see. Every time I blink, I see it. The misery that was allowed to fester there. Espinosa is a monster, this confirms it. No, not a monster. He's only a man, one who must be held accountable for his crimes. Take a good long look into the eyes of any of these prisoners. You know what you'll see? My uncle's legacy, a wound that will never heal. I'll do anything to spare these poor souls the hurt that he caused, but I can't. Word of advice from an old veteran, Lady Arano. Focus on something you can do. Give us an order. Tell us to blow something up. Shit, use your imagination. The key is to do something, and you move on. Thank you, Chief Viertanen. You have a good crew, Beefeater. I have a new assignment for you, and a reward for your service. The Argo appears on your view screen. She's in rough shape, but she appears to be spaceworthy. For decades, the wreck site of the Argo was one of my father's most closely held secrets. When I sent you to retrieve her, I meant for her to serve as a symbolic purpose, a sign of rebirth and renewal, emblazoned with the Arano cormorant for all to see. I was naive. This is a time for action, not symbols. And so, Beefeater, I've decided that she will be yours to command. The Argo will serve as your new home, and she will fly your mercenary banner. Lord Madeira will join you and act as my liaison. In return, you will grow stronger, sharper, more flexible. You will hone your company to a razor's edge, one that I will hold to the Directorate's throat. Sounds good to me, Lady Arano. We'll transition to the Argo directly. And I will join you directly. Now please, Kamea, go back into the triage tent and get your wounds looked at. The conditions here are beyond unsanitary, and you'll be no use to anyone if you wind up dying of some exotic infection. Our people can tend the wounded. We need you strong for the fight ahead. I will, Alexander. But not just yet. Assemble our people in the courtyard. There's something that I need to say.
People of the Oregon Reach, I am Kamea Arano, and I have failed you. For 3 long years, Director Espinosa has imprisoned and starved and murdered our people. And where was I? Hiding in a palace, light years away, building support, planning. While the Directorate's secret police turned neighbor against neighbor, made your loved ones disappear, conscripted your children. I wasn't here. I didn't know. The crimes that I have witnessed here today are unforgivable. No doubt, Director Espinosa believes that the ends justify the means, that the Oregon Reach has been made strong. Well, I say that strength built on fear is brittle. The Directorate is a paper tiger, and I declare this restoration today to rally the true strength of our people, our resilience, and our freedom. Let Weldry be a call to arms. Join us, and together we will liberate the founding houses and retake Cormadir. Not because it is my birthright, but because the Directorate's crimes against you, the Oregon people, will no longer be tolerated. That is what I fight for, and I vow to fight for your freedoms to my dying breath.
Have ship will travel in orbit Weldry. Hello again, my mercenary friends. Before you officially take possession of the Argo, I wanted to introduce myself in person. We never really got a chance to meet properly on Axelis. So, hi, I'm Dr. Farah Murad, or just Farah if you prefer. It's nice to meet you all face to face. Yeah, Doc, you too. I'm gonna call you Doc, by the way. You probably should go ahead and get used to it. It was impressive work you did, getting the Argo flying. Between you and me, I had my doubts. Honestly, I did too. You should have seen what the Argo's interior looked like after a couple hundred years of pirate occupation. Actually, I take that back. If you'd seen what I saw, you never would have wanted to set foot inside. Take it from me. The ship has been deloused from bow to stern, and every meter of her has been hosed down with industrial-grade disinfectant. The ship is clean enough to eat off of. I swear it. Clean is good, space-worthy is better. Are you sure the Argo is ready for action? Oh, absolutely. I mean, she's here, isn't she? All the way from Learton, with nary a decompression event in sight. Don't worry, Commander. I wouldn't endanger my new crewmates by putting them on an unsafe ship. I've got professional standards to maintain. New crewmates? Do you know something we don't? Did Lady Arano not say? I'm coming with you. You'll need me if anything goes wrong with the ship. Not that it will, mind you, but, just in case. Oh, and Darius, I'm sorry about all the shouting back on Axelis. As it turns out, getting shot at by pirates puts me on edge. No hard feelings? None at all. Keep this beast flying, and you can yell at me as much as you want. Hell, I'm used to it. Welcome to the family. You too, Lord Madeira. I've never imagined that we'd be working together, but I'm glad we have the opportunity. As am I, Mr. Oliveira. Over the years of our exile, Lady Arana told me a great deal about you and your company. All of it good. Even before the events of the coup, she knew about Markham's marauders. Your sister in her father's Falder campaign did not go unnoticed. It was a job, Lord Madeira. We only did what High Lord Tamati paid us to do. Still, it feels good to be appreciated, and to know that someone out there still remembers Commander Markham's name. You'll be a welcome addition aboard the Argo, Lord Madeira. Thank you, Commander Tian. Speaking of which, you'll need to have some time to break in your new ship before Lady Arano is ready to move on Panzer. She needs to consolidate our forces on Weldry and replace our losses with fresh volunteers. You remember her orders? You are to sharpen your company and to grow strong. And now that you have a mobile command center worthy of the title, I suggest you use it. I'll get you a fresh batch of contracts to look over, Andre. The whole Rimworld periphery is our oyster now. We won't be limited by debts or travel restrictions. Exciting times, I gotta say. Better put that freedom to good use. It won't be long before Lady Orano comes calling. No, it won't. So let's quit talking and explore our new ship. There's an absolutely enormous mech bay in there, and it's got my name written all over it. You're damn right it does, Yang. You all heard him. Take your to stations, everyone. We're free agents until Lady Orano calls for us, and there's money to be made. The Argo is not in good shape, Commander, but with time, money, and Chief Virtanen's technical resources, we can address most of the major problems. Maybe even make this place nice again. I'll be in engineering if you want to know more. Lady Arano said that she wanted us to get stronger. With these mech facilities, we finally got the resources to do that. Bring me scrap mechs from missions and shops, and I'll rebuild them into fighting machines. And remember, boss, when it comes to mechs, bigger is usually better.
That mech you asked for is cleared for fighting.
Is he talking about the spider? No. No. Jenner Ds run hot and they run fast, but they can quickly bound in combat to deliver a knockout punch, even against heavier units. Their capability with speed and weaponry tends to come at the expense of lower armor capacity, though. Oh, Jesus. It's got a lot of lasers. I do like this commando, but I think I'm going to put the commando in storage and we'll take the Jenner. All right. This is now well and truly it. Thank you everybody for watching. Again, this was Battletech with the Heavy Metal DLC along with the Urban Warfare and Flashpoints. Obviously, we have not seen all of the features of these different DLC. I bought Flashpoint and Urban Warfare, but Paradox very kindly gave me a copy of Heavy Metal, which is why I've been streaming it lately. The game is currently on sale, so I believe if you go to Steam or Paradox Plaza, I think it's on discount. I don't think it's on sale on... I don't think it's on sale on Humble, but if you want to pick up Heavy Metal and you liked my stuff, obviously buying that will put a little bit towards my pocket. If you don't buy it through the Humble link, I do recommend picking up off of Paradox Plaza just because the full amount goes towards the developers, which means that that eventually goes back into the games that we all enjoy. Either way, I will be recording a couple new Morrowind episodes this weekend. I will be back on Monday. I'll probably be back to Age of Wonders Planetfall for that. And then Wednesday and Friday, I'm going to probably be bouncing between Battletech, Stellaris, and Age of Wonders Planetfall for a while. So I don't have exactly an idea of what's going to be on what day, but I'll announce all of that on Twitter. As for the rest, let me just take a quick minute and see who's online. Unfortunately, this wonderful soundtrack is going to be going away while I figure out the details. While I figure out... I hate it when my voice comes up on the channel. Streamception. I don't know any of these people streaming. Oh, we've got Kilgore Trout. So I'm going to encourage you guys to come along and watch Kilgore Trout, who is a classic streamer. He's not playing it right now, but he was actually recently playing MechWarrior 2. Now I realize that is not... that's not Battletech. So for those of you who wanted to watch Battletech, obviously you can click the game below, and you can see there's a bunch of people streaming it. There's somebody with like 1.5k viewers, so there's no shortage of Battletech streams. I just don't know any of them. And Kilgore Trout is a classic gamer. I really want to encourage you to check him out just because I know he's done MechWarrior in the past, and so it's more likely he'll do something sort of Battletech related. But like I said, I'm off until Monday, where we'll be back with Age of Wonders Planetfall. Regular stream days are Monday, Wednesday, Friday. There'll be another Elder Scrolls episode on Tuesday. And until next time, have a lovely evening, and see you next time.